Yo, what's poppin' guys? Today I'm going to be doing a tutorial on how to make a Five Nights at Freddy's game in Scratch. As most of you know, I had a game jam where I had you guys make your own Five Nights at Freddy's styled games, and I thought since after that I'd make a new tutorial. Um, if any of you are really old fans, I don't know if I have this video privated or not. I had a Five Nights at Freddy's tutorial in the past that I already had. It was 2 episodes long and it was absolutely garbage. But today, I thought since I have a wider knowledge than I did, what was it, 3 or 4 years ago when I made that video, I could properly make a better Five Nights at Freddy's game for you guys. If you hear a fan or outside noises, that's because I have a fan on and my window's open. It is very hot in my office, so I'm sorry for that. But anyways, without further ado, let's get into it. We're going to start by naming it, whatever you want to name it, and deleting the ugly, fugly, disgusting cat that nobody loves. We'll do it in like an order. So we'll start with maybe a little bit of a title screen. So for title screens, what I like to do is I like to come to this, and we will begin by making a dark gray background. Just like that. There we go. Beautiful little dark gray, just like that. Now, we will need to add the words into our game. So whatever you want to call it, we'll call it. You can make it whatever font you want. I'll call mine oh my goodness, Five Nights at Uglies. Perfect. You can obviously make it whatever you want. It doesn't even have to be called Five Nights at something. You can call it literally anything. It does not matter. There we go. Five Nights at Uglies. So there we go. That's our title. You can go ahead and name that title or title screen, whatever you want to name the backdrop. Now we will make a sprite, and we'll make this our character. So since my guy is really ugly, I want to make him like a crude drawing. So I'll make the guy be like super kind of like really gross looking. He's going to be intentionally terrible to look at. Yeah. Ew, that's kind of gross. Maybe add some like eye bags. Some kind of like mouth wrinkles. God, that's so gross. That's so gross. Okay. We'll add a little bit of a body. So he has kind of a neck, I guess, and we'll have him like come out with some shoulders. Again, this is a tutorial. I don't have to make it look amazing. You guys obviously will want to spend a little bit more time on your art. There we go. Oh my goodness, he's beautiful, guys. Guys, he's beautiful. Give him like a little bit of a collar. Collarbone. What should we give his design? We'll make his design like a skull. The design on his shirt will be, oh my goodness, I just opened up a file. We'll make his design on his shirt like a skull. Perfect. I'll give it like a little triangle nose and then some eyes. He's beautiful, guys. Now, I think if the way this works, you're just going to color his entire thing. Nope. Okay, his shirt will be well, let's make it a dark red, actually. So it's more visually appealing. We'll give him like kind of like a rotted skin color. Kind of gross. Kind of gross. That doesn't look really rotted. So it'd be like a green then? Ooh, yeah, that's kind of a gross color. Ooh, yeah, that's kind of nasty. Yeah, we'll leave it at that. He has the same colored eyes and teeth. We're not actually going to talk about that, though. Well, actually, I think I could do that, maybe. If it'll let me. It will. Beautiful. Should he have, like, bloodshot eyes? Like, they're kind of red? Okay, that just makes it look like he's high, but it's supposed to be bloodshot, okay? That's what that is. He's bloodshot eyes. He's not high, guys, I promise. Okay, there we go. You'll call this ugly, or that because that's this guy's name. Ugly title. So this is the one that's in the title screen. You know how they like to sit right here. So that's what we'll do. I'll make him a little bit bigger in the actual picture editor. There we go. Set him up where you want him to be. I want him to be right here. And then before you do anything, before we even add any other costumes, we'll do a when the green flag is clicked. I like to instantly broadcast and make a broadcast called green flag so that when they lose a round, they don't have to click the green flag again. It'll automatically green flag reset them. So this is we will never use this green flag clicked again. We will just use this. So then we can do when I receive green flag, go to there, show, and set the costume to costume 1. There we go. So again, we will never be actually using this when green flag clicked again. We will always use when I receive green flag. You'll see why later. We can call back to it. So we'll make a duplicate of this guy, and then we will begin designing his, man, I don't know, features. Maybe one, he loses his oh, that's disgusting. Oh, ew. So if I could get rid of like one of his eyeballs, maybe. That sounds terrible. Beautiful. That's really hot. So he loses his eyeballs in one. And maybe he'll like open his mouth up. Okay, well I don't want to delete his face. Oh my goodness. By the way, if you guys want to skip through art, go ahead, skip through some art. You don't have to actually watch me do this. If it's interesting to you, go ahead. Maybe you just want to play this as you're doing your art. Beautiful. Oh, maybe in this his skeleton gets eyes. Maybe the skeleton gets eyes and they're like white and stuff. Who knows, man? It's your world. You do what you want. And then we'll make another one with like the same stuff. Maybe you want to be an edgy boy and make him bleed. Maybe that's what you want to do. So we'll have like blood coming out of his eyes. Maybe it's kind of like pooled up because his eye is so droopy over here. Perfect. He's bleeding. Maybe he's bleeding out of his mouth a little bit too. Okay, that just looks bad. I can make that look a little bit better. Just some kind of like extra little effects. I'm really just doing this so you can see that you can add a bunch of costumes to this. Literally as many as you want. Perfect. Awesome. So here he is. Oh, maybe his skeleton's bleeding too. Yo, maybe his skeleton's bleeding. Yes. Beautiful. Awesome. Look at that. So we have 3 costumes. You can make more. You can definitely make more. I'm just going to use 3 for mine. Again, you could make like his head move to the side and stuff like that. I'm just not going to. Anyways, under here, we will grab ourselves a forever loop and put it right underneath. I'll zoom in a bit so you can see what I'm doing. I'll grab a forever loop and put it directly underneath. And then inside, we will do forever. Switch to costume 1. And then we'll grab a wait. And go into operators and grab ourselves a pick random. Now, we will pick random maybe every maybe every 2 to 7 seconds. He will do his little glitch thing. So this is how much time that he's going to do his glitch thing. If you want to make it a set number, just set this to like whatever. But if you want to have randomization, put that random block in there. If you want more precise numbers, if you put 2.0 and 7.0, it now has access to the decimals inside. If you see, look at that. You see, if we were to just do 2 and 7 and click it, you'd get a whole number every single time. But if you do the 2.0, 7.0, you get all the decimals inside too, which adds for more randomization and timing. Very subtle, but it's a thing you can add. So after it waits for that, we'll have it repeat a few times. Maybe repeat. And we'll grab another pick random. So how many frames will it flash? Maybe it will flash 3 to 5 frames. 3 to 5 different costume things. Then we will do switch costume to another pick random. Since we only have 3, we will do 1 through 3. Okay, just like that. And then when it's done, it'll forever. So once it's done here, once it picks and switches its costume randomly, that was weird, I'm sorry. It'll then end this loop and go back up and switch its costume back to 1, so you don't even have to worry about that. So let's see what it looks like in action. Don't forget to save, and let's check it out. So we'll wait, and we'll wait for him to do his little, oh, there's his little glitch thing. You might have seen how instant that was. Let's fix that up a bit. We will add a wait 1 second, and if you want to do a set thing, you can do that. I'm going to personally do 0.03 seconds to 0.05 seconds. Maybe that'll look good. Let's test it out and wait for him to do his little glitch thing. There we go. Now it's a little bit slower in switching his costumes up. That was pretty slow, so how about we change 1 to 3? Well, no, that's right. Maybe we'll have her repeat 5 to 9 times. Maybe that'll make it look a bit better. And maybe decrease this time to 0.02 to 0.03. Because again, that doesn't sound like much, but then I keep again, we have a like infinite numbers of decimals in there that I can choose from. And we'll play and see what we get. There, that looks a lot better with how the timing works out. Perfect. Now, what we can add is we will come down and we will make another sprite for our play button. Right? So I'm going to make my play button filled with a light gray and the outline as a dark gray. Shout out to the person on stream who taught me that dark gray and light gray looks better than black and white or black and gray. It looks a lot nicer on the eyes, doesn't strain. I'm very sorry. I forgot who taught me that. I'm very sorry. If you're watching the video right now, do tell me in the comments. I'll pin you so I can give credits where credits are due. Now, if you come to this in vector mode and add little points to these, if you click this original point and get rid of it, it'll round the box corners. That's why I do that. Bam, now you have a rounded square. Now for the text, I want to make it the same color as the outline, and I'll make it say play. Oop, excuse me, play. We'll make it a little bit bigger, and then we will center it. I don't like to center words because when you center words on the inside, it doesn't look good. So I like to manually center it. That looks good. So we will rename this sprite play button. Perfect. Now we will put it where we want it. It's kind of large, so I'm going to change its size to maybe 50. Okay, that's a bit small. We'll set it to 80 maybe. 80 is a good number. I like 80. Put it where you want. Keep in mind how, yes, it doesn't like centered right, but the thing we're going to do will make it increase size when you hover over it, so just keep that in mind that it might cover words if you put them too close to it right now. So we will grab a when I receive green flag, not when green flag clicked. Remember, we're using this. We'll have it go to that specific location. If you already place it where you want it on the field and drag this thing out, this go to, it'll already put it on the coordinates that it is. So that's why I like to put it there first instead of manually going through the X and Y's. We will have it show and set its size to 80, what we wanted it to be. Now we will grab a forever loop. Forever, grab an if-else statement and put it inside. Go to sensing and put an if touching mouse pointer. If touching mouse pointer, we will go to our looks and change our size by 4. And then we will grab an if, a normal if, and grab this size greater than. Go back to looks and grab out a size. If size is greater than, so we will do 80 plus 10, so that would be 90, right? So if size is greater than 90, we will then set the size to 90, so that the greatest that it can possibly get is 90. This just stops it from getting any bigger than 90. That's what this right here does. We will copy this little bit of code and put it in the else. All we have to do here is change the size by -4, so it'll then, when you're not touching the mouse pointer to it, it'll shrink back down. Change this greater than to a less than, and if size is less than 80, or your original size number, you will set size to your original size number, whatever you have it set to up here. Now, if we take a look at it, when we hover over the play button, it does this nice little zoom in thing. Very subtle, but I think it looks super nice. If you want to change how fast it goes, the bigger this number is, the faster it will shrink. The lower the number, the slower it'll zoom in or zoom out. Okay. Now, inside of this mouse pointer, we will do if mouse is down, right? Ooh, there we go. So that'll sense if the mouse pointer, if it's touching the mouse, and then also while it's touching the mouse, if the mouse is down, or a click, it'll do this. You might be wondering, why don't we just use the when sprite clicked? Because we're going to add a static overlay. And when there's static over the button, you won't actually be able to click on it because you'll be clicking on the static. So we don't use this. We'll use this because it doesn't actually detect if you're clicking the sprite. It just detects if it's touching the pointer and the mouse is down, which can go through overlays. Anyways, so if the mouse is down, we will broadcast, we'll broadcast something called night screen. And then we will hide this costume, or hide this sprite, excuse me. And now, something you're going to notice when you do this for the first time is, since it's hidden, it's still technically there. Therefore, if you do touch it with your mouse down, it will show. Like, it still will broadcast it. That's why using when sprite clicked is kind of good, because if it's hidden, this won't function. However, if it's hidden and you're using this function, it will. So what I like to do is make a blank sprite for it. That's literally, because it makes it 2 pixels by 2 pixels, makes it incredibly more hard to see. So I'll take this real quick, and I'm going to get rid of that real quick. And we'll put it up into a place where it can't be easily clicked, or where nobody would think to click, right? Then we will set its costume to 2, aka the empty one. We will set its size to 1 to make it super, super small. And there we go. So it'll, oh wait, we forgot to actually make it go to that location and go to that super far up location. This will make it so that if they click in that same area again somewhere in the game, they won't accidentally restart their nights. They'd have to click all the way up here, which I don't even think is possible, because then the middle would actually be like way over here to the side anyways. So it should be impossible for them to click. Just don't forget to add a switch to costume 1 when the green flag starts. Awesome. Oh, my voice cracked, excuse me. So now if we start, we have this, and if we click it, it goes away. And there we go. It's now up here, way over here is where that little thing is. So it's literally impossible for the player to be able to click. Awesome. Now, how about we add ourselves a static overlay? I think I have static saved in here. I don't. Okay, so I'm going to go get some static stuff. And when I get some static stuff, I will probably leave a link in the description where you can download this static. Or you could just come to this project and take it. But I'm going to go get some static, and I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back, and I have some static in my backpack. I will put it onto the sprite sheet, and here we go, static. Again, I'll probably leave a link in the description of where you can download the static, or you can come to this tutorial and grab the static from here and put it in your backpack. Whichever one fits you better. So now come into here, and we have a bunch of different static sheets, right? And we'll see that its size is already set to 150 if you took it from the backpack, which is exactly what we want. If you downloaded it, make sure you set the size to 150. So now, when the green flag is clicked in our static sprite, what we will do is we will go to 0, 0, set its size to 150, just like that. And we will forever, before we put anything in the forever loops, we will set our ghost effect to maybe 75. Well, no, let's do 25 actually, because the lower the number, the easier it is to see it. We will then forever next costume. And we will also forever have it go to the front layer. Don't forget to save, and when you hit the button. Okay, way too hard to see. So we'll make this number a bit bigger, maybe 50. We'll try 50. Still a little bit difficult to see. So maybe we do go with our 75 that we had planned. Perfect. Now we have our little static effect, And you see if we hover over this, it still works, and if we click on it, it still goes away. Now let me show you what I meant by the fact that it wouldn't work. If we get rid of this mouse down part, and instead just use a sprite click right here, just like that, like most people would do, what happens is you can still hover over it, but when you click it, nothing happens because the static is over top of the sprite. Therefore, you're clicking the static, not the play button. And if I were to have the button go to the front layer, right, it doesn't look good because it's not under the static like everything else, and it just looks weird. So what we do is we just set this up in a loop and put it into a mouse down. Just makes it look a whole lot nicer in the long run. So there we go. That's how you make your menu screen inside of your Five Nights at Freddy's game. I hope to see you next time when we probably make the night screen and the office. Thank you guys so much for watching this video. If you liked it, then like it. If you didn't like it anyways, because this is going to be a good series. I'm trying to figure out some stuff for the other series, like the zombie shooter series and the RPG series. I'm stuck on a few things that I'm trying to figure out. When I figure it out, more episodes will be posted to those. While you're at it, want to subscribe to my channel if you enjoy my content. That helped me out a lot. We reached 1,000. That's amazing. Thank you so much. More videos to come in the future for sure. I'm working on the 1,000 subscriber video. So if you have any comments for the Q&A that will be in that, please post them in the comments below. But yeah, join Discord, link in the description. Thank you guys so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. Peace. Yo, what's poppin', guys, and welcome to another Scratch tutorial, where today we will be continuing how to make a Five Nights at Freddy's game in Scratch. If you remember in the last episode, we focused on how to make this nice little title screen where this button moves behind the static, and he flashes a little bit every once in a while, and you can click that, and the button will go away, meaning we have started the night. Today we will work on the night screen and your office or place of, I don't know, living, or surviving, I guess. So, how we're going to do it. Basically, right off the bat, is inside of our ugly title guy. I'm going to zoom in a bit. We're going to do when I receive green flag. Or, sorry, not when I receive green flag. When I receive night screen, he is going to wait 0.3 seconds. And he's going to hide. Reason being 0.3 is because we're going to make a new sprite called Fade. It's just a nice little effect so the game doesn't look super, super choppy. So what I'm going to do is we're going to just make a box that covers the whole screen. And I'm not going to make it black, actually. We're going to make it a dark gray, because dark gray always looks super nice. Perfect. Dark gray, just like that. When I receive green flag, hide. When I receive night screen, we will make a broadcast for Fade. And you'll call it Fade. And then we will add a when I receive Fade. Just cause the reason we don't have it underneath here is just because we're going to call to this Fade many times, probably. So I'm just going to make a whole thing for it so we can just broadcast Fade. So when I receive Fade, we will go to 0, 0. Set our ghost effect to 100. Go to front layer and show. This is where this needs to be fixed. Just have this go to front layer on the static instead of in the forever loop, otherwise it'll just cause some issues. Actually, no, that actually would be fine to have that in there. I don't know what I'm talking about. Because if the fade has static over it, there's nothing wrong with that. Well, yeah, just for my sake, I'm gonna keep it out. That's up to you. If you want static to go over your fade, make sure go to front is outside of the forever loop. If you want your static to stay, if you want your fade to go over your static, then put your go to front outside of the forever loop, and fade will go to front itself. And then we will grab ourselves a repeat. Let's do 20. Repeat 20 times, where we will change. Not change size. Excuse me. Change ghost effect by -5. The reason 20 times 5 is 100. We have 100 ghost effect to get away, or to take away. So we will -50 20 times, -5 minus 20, or negative 5 times 20 equals negative 100. It'll take away 100, meaning it'll be 0, meaning it'll be fully shown. So it will then wait, let's say, 2 seconds, and it will do around the same thing, repeat 20 times, except this time changing the ghost effect by 5. 5 times 20 is 100. It'll bring it back to 100, meaning it'll be not visible anymore, and then it will just hide. So let's see what that'll look like right off the bat. We click play. Okay, now you see how he kind of disappeared too quick, so instead it will do maybe 0.5 seconds on our ugly title guy. So when you click, oops, still a little too fast, 0.7. Let's try that. Perfect. And it'll do that, which is completely fine. So this we will do for our static. When I receive fade, wait 0.7 seconds, as that's our good time, and we will hide it. Same, actually no, but that's all we need to do it for. So let's go to our backdrops and set up our night screens. Well, no, actually, we'll make that a sprite, and we'll call this sprite night screens. And what our night screens are exactly what you think they are. Make sure that this backdrop is the same color as your fade, because otherwise it'll look a little weird. So I'm going to make a light gray. Speaking of light gray, while I'm at it, I'm actually going to color in these words as light gray instead of white, because it just looks better. Anyways, night screen, costumes. Let's design this. So this is where you just type in your night 1. Bam, you can put 12 a.m. underneath it if you want to. I'm not going to, so I'll call this night 1. Duplicate this. Night 2. Recenter. Duplicate. Oops, excuse me. Night 3. Go ahead and center. Night 4. Night doesn't even look like a word to me anymore. And you don't even have to worry about renaming it, because if you name it night and then put a number, when you duplicate it, it'll just change the number for you. So don't even worry about that. Night 5. This is where this is also where I'll show you what nights we'll be covering. We will be covering the night 6. And that says 7. What am I doing? Night 6. And we will also be covering how to make you a night 7 custom night. So there you go. That's what we'll run over. There you have all your night screens. So, when I receive green flag, hide. When I receive fade, here's where we do some timing. We'll do 0.7 seconds, and it'll show. Right? So in fade, right here, what I want to do is I want to, in these, have them both go to the front layer in these repeats, just so that this fade stays in front of the night screen. And then once it shows, we will have it wait maybe 3 seconds, and then it will repeat 20 times. Change ghost effect by 5. You're going to want to set your ghost effect at the beginning to 0. Change ghost effect by 5. Hide. And set our... We don't even need to set our ghost effect back, but just in case, I'm going to. Set a ghost effect back to 0 after it's hidden. Let's have a look at what that looks like. So if we play. Does this. Okay. That's what we did. We forgot to fade our... We forgot to make our night go to 0, 0. There we go. Have it set to go to 0, 0. And let's also make this a bit longer. Let's make this 5 seconds. Because we got to keep in mind that the fade's going to be there for a bit. Ooh. Okay. So our static doesn't actually show. I realize that. We never actually set our static to show, so make sure you do that. There we go. Here we are. Hit play. It fades. Night 4. Fades away. Okay. Awesome. 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 Now, let's design ourselves an office. How about that? Ooh, one more thing we have to set up. I forgot. Excuse me. I'm sorry. I'm going to delete that for now. We're going to make a variable. I'm going to rename this one. We're going to name it night number. Awesome. So when the green flag is clicked, we by default set our night number to 0. And when play button is clicked, well, no, we'll set our night to 1 since that's the one we start on. Our play button, when we click it, we will obviously have it load whichever night it is. So we will do, right before it shows, we will do set costume to night number. There, now whatever night number it is what costume it'll switch to. So for example, if we had our night number set to 4 when we started our game, it should show us night 4. Night 4, I was right. Okay. Awesome. We're just going to keep that at night 1 for now. And just to make sure that that worked, I'm going to run it one more time. Should say night 1, night 1. Perfect. Okay, awesome. And we're going to have a saving system that will let this save number, by the way. So don't even worry about that. Don't even worry a bit. Right. Now let's set up our office. I hit surprise, excuse me. We're going to do paint, and we're going to call this office. And that's where you get to come up with your little office layout. So, here's what I'm going to do. I am going to start by drawing this. Oops, sorry, that's a fill. I'm sorry. We're going to start by drawing ourselves an office outline. In vector mode, why do I keep I thought I set this fill to empty. We're going to give ourselves a little bit of an office outline, and I'm going to shrink it down a little bit so it's a little bit closer. Bam. Here's our outline on where we can go. I'm going to make this way thicker. Bam. That's our outline of where we can design our office. You can design your office however you want. I'm going to design mine right now, though, and I'll be right back once I'm done. Alright, so I quickly threw together an office, and you might see I have a bunch of costumes here. That's because, you see in mine I have this clock, right? I'm going to make this clock actually display the time. So this is our costume number 12. So the way it works is I have a costume number 1 that is set to 1 o'clock. You don't have to do this. This is completely optional. I'm doing it because I want to show it in-game. If you want to show it via variable, just make 1. So sprite 1 or costume 1 is named 1 and is on clock 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Now, truth be told, if we're just going to 6, that's fine. But still add in the 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. You don't actually have to make them do what they want, but just make sure it's that, or just make them blank, if anything. You just need to make sure that 12 is named 12 and is your 12th costume. That's why I added the middle ones. I'm only going to 6, but I did that anyways. And then make another one called sizer. That's just a literal dot in the middle. One tiny little dot. And that'll just make sure that we can make the sprite way bigger than we need to. Awesome. Now here's what we're going to do. We are going to come into here. I'll zoom in a bit so you can see. Into our office sprite. And we're going to do when I receive green flag. We are going to do hide. We're going to come into our night screen. Remember this. And we are going to, underneath this 5 seconds, we're going to broadcast night start. Once we have night start, we're going to come back to our office and do when I receive night start. We're going to set its costume to sizer. We are going to show the office. We are going to set its size to whatever you want now, 130. You're going to have to fumble with a few of these settings, okay? You're going to, depending on how big you made your office, you're going to need to fumble with this size. 130 is what I found works for my specific size. If you want to know my specific size for my office, it's 779 by 389. That's how big my office is. 779 by 389. You can tell just by checking right here. Okay, so I set it to 130. Then after I do that, I switch my costume to 12, and I go to my position, and the position I go to is x equals 0. If you're copying my coordinates exactly, this is x equals 0 and negative 50 is where I like to have it. I will save this office. I will get this office and I will put it in the description for you. Excuse me. So that you can use it as a template to get the size. If I remember. If I don't remember, I'm very sorry. Now what we'll do is we'll grab ourselves a forever loop. And we will do forever. Go to y equals -50. Go to operators and grab yourself a division. In the second bubble, put -1. And in the first bubble, do mouse X. That should be it if I did everything right. So we play the game. I'll put my mouse in the middle for now. It does our night 1. It should just flash onto it. Cool. Now here we are. And you see mine fits pretty well. So when we move our mouse, then it goes across. All this worked out perfectly with my exact size. Let me tell you why it worked out perfectly for me, right? So if this were to be like 125, for example, right? If I were to have this size be 125, you wouldn't think that'd change much until you start your game. And then you realize that everything looks fine until you come over to the side and you can see off the edge. So you can see off the edge of the costume. So that plays a huge role. If I were to have this -1 be like a -0.99, literally a singular decimal off of my -1, I'm sure that'd play a factor too. Wait for it to load. We get in. Oh, no, never mind. That one didn't play a factor. Oh, well, yeah, it did. You can kind of see this little black line right here from where I was designing it. So you're going to have to fumble with it until you get it perfectly what you want it. And this is my perfect one. Awesome. We're going to add one more thing. We're going to add a darkness overlay. So I'm going to call this darkness overlay. We are going to set this to a black, and we're going to make a middle. And we're going to make this a lighter gray. Ooh, my goodness. Black, swap it around, make this one a bit of a darker gray. Alright, awesome, and we'll make it cover the screen, just like that. Now, when in darkness overlay, when I receive green flag, we will hide. When I receive night start, we will wait maybe 2 seconds. Then we will set our size. Ooh, yeah, what you're going to want to do, I forgot. Make sure you extend these all the way to the corners. We will set the size to 100. We will show. We will set our ghost effect to maybe 30. And we will come into control, grab a forever loop, forever, go to, grab some division symbols, put them in both sides, put divided by 2 on each side, mouse X and mouse Y. Oop, excuse me. You might have to fumble with those numbers a little bit, but if I did it right, we should have a little bit of some darkness now that will cover our screen. Okay, I know we did wrong there. So we need to have it go to the front, because it's probably stuck behind the office right now, because the office shows first. If I did everything right. Maybe change this to a 1. That should be it. Should be it. Yeah, it shows. Okay. Ooh, okay, there it is. So I'm going to keep it like that, actually. Let's change this -2 to a 2, just so it goes the same direction as our mouse instead of the opposite like it was doing. And let's set this to like a 0.5. Okay. Play. Night 1. Okay. 0.5 is still too long. 0.3 maybe. This is a bunch of just trial and error. A lot of this is just trial and error to make sure that your specific scenario works really well for you. For mine, 0.3 is still too long. 0.1. It loads up. I guess it just needs to be seriously nothing. I guess we don't even need the wait. In my case. Sorry for this taking so long. I'm very sorry. Okay. Night 1. There we go. We have our overlay now, so it looks like that. Now you see if you bring it off to the side, we have that little bit of gap that I can't actually point at. Well, yes, I can. Right here. I right-click, by the way. That's what you can't see it, but I right-click so it'd stop doing that. You can see we have these things to show that it's not big enough. How do we fix that, you might ask? Very easy. We just come into here, add a sizer. And I'm going to name this overlay. Just so we can change the size. So night start, switch costume to sizer, set size to 110. Switch costume to overlay. Just like that. Perfect. And then when we load in, there we go. Now we don't get that when we move our mouse around. And it's kind of like a little thing that gets brighter wherever your mouse goes. And there we go. If you want to make it a bit brighter, you can change this to a higher number. The higher the number, the brighter it gets. The lower the number, the darker it gets. So let's try this up again with 40 and see how it looks. There we go. Look at that. Awesome. There you go. You have your office. And you see it doesn't move on the y-axis. I only wanted it to move on the x. If you wanted it to move on the y, in theory you could. You'd have to make the office really tall then. Same thing. But there we go. There is your left-right office movement. Thank you guys so much for watching this video. If you liked it, then like it. And if you didn't like it anyways, because this series is going to go somewhere. We're going to do some pretty cool stuff with it. While you're at it, why not subscribe to my channel if you enjoy my content? That helped me out a lot. We just hit 1,000 subscribers recently, and that's really, really cool. I appreciate it a lot. Thank you very much. Join Discord, link in the description. Thank you guys so much for watching, and I will see you in the next one. Peace. Yo, what's poppin', guys, and welcome back to another Scratch tutorial video, where today we'll be continuing our How to Make a FNAF Game tutorial series. In the last one, if you remember, we covered, office, the office movement, and a little bit of a darkness overlay. So, if you come into it, we have this. This is what we made last time, if you remember. Today we will be covering the doors and the lights. Should be super fun, so let's get right into it. So you're going to start off by making a little bit of a door button sprite. I already have one. If you want it, I'll put it in the description. Or make your own button. Doesn't really matter. I just threw it together really fast. So we have an off state, which is red, and we have an on state, and I named these costumes accordingly. I just did this off screen because you didn't need to see me make it. But let's start implementing what they do. So I'll zoom in a bit so you can see. Right off the bat, when I receive green flag, we will of course hide it. And when I receive night start, what we will do is we'll begin to run how it decides where it goes. So let's go to our office real quick, and we're going to make a variable in our office called officeX. Hit OK. And then inside this forever loop, we will always set officeX to X position. This will help us be able to coordinate where we need our buttons. Okay? Okay, cool. So when I receive night start, we will set the costume to on. We're going to create another variable called left door state, since we're going to be starting with the left door. That's the door I'm going to make first. So if you're starting with the right door, make it right door state. So left door state. We will set our left door state to open. So that's what it's going to start on. The door is going to start already open. which is what we want. So, left door state is open. Let's start setting up where we want it to be. So if I just go into the game real quick and I show my Office X just so we can see where everything is. As you see, it's going to be kind of hard to map. So what we can do is we can come into our office. We can come to control. We can grab an if. And we can come into sensing and do if key space. So now you see it locks, and it'll only move if I'm holding space. This is the only time it'll move. So I can come over here, let go of space, and it'll lock it in its place, which is what we want just for ease of use. We will get rid of it later. Let's show up our little button, and let's say we want it around like here, right? That's where we want it, right around here. Here's what we need to set up. We need to set up where it needs to go. So we will have it in a forever loop. Inside of this forever loop, we will forever go to, and here's where it might get a little bit confusing. I'm going to grab this that we have from the office button, or the office button, excuse me, the office sprite. I'm just going to take it. And we are going to add an addition and put it inside this X. Put this inside the back of it, inside the back bubble. And in this front bubble, you're going to start playing around with numbers. Maybe if you say, I don't know, negative 450. This is just going to be where it decides where the button is. So this is going to need to be putzed with a little bit. The Y is just how high up you want it. Mine was at 75 regardless, so that's what you're going to keep it at. Wherever how high you want it is where you're going to adjust your Y axis. So if we come in here and we start going, you might realize that first of all it didn't even show. So we should probably have it show, shouldn't we? Okay. As you see, look at that. For 450, it's there where it needs to be, right? But let's say, for example, yeah, that's still going to move because I don't have that in a space key, so don't even worry about that. So let's say I say negative 300. Look, now it goes over there. Okay, well, I liked my negative 450, so let's do a little bit less than that. Let's say negative 447. Let's see how that looks. Ah, that's perfect. That's right where I want it. But now you see, look at that. Isn't that a bit of an issue, how that kind of sticks to the screen? This is where this Office X showing it comes in handy. So we're going to watch for the exact coordinate of the office when it starts to follow the screen. So let's watch this. Okay, it started following, so let's go back until it locks itself in place. Okay, there. This pixel is when it starts falling, so we'll go back 1 pixel. 195 is when it started following us. So what we'll do is we'll grab an if-else inside the left door button, and we'll do a greater than. And on the opposite side, we'll put in our office coordinate, negative 195. And we will do if Office X is greater than 195, or where the cutoff point to when it starts following, it will show it. Otherwise, it will hide it. And what that does is, as you see, when we come over here, the button appears. As we go away, the button goes away. Bam. Now again, you're going to have to mess around with this number a bit to get it where you want it to be. Play around with the button, the number until you get it where you want it to be, and you should be all good. So, now we're on to making the button actually function. How do we do that? Very easy, very easy. In this same forever loop, we are going to create a if-else. And this if-else will be, oops, sorry, not an if-else, I'm sorry, just a normal if. We're going to check, grab yourself an and, we are going to check if it is touching mouse pointer and the mouse is down. Again, same thing we used here to detect if our mouse is approaching the play button, same thing. Just because remember, we have an overlay being our darkness overlay instead of static this time. So, excuse me. So if it's touching mouse pointer and mouse is down, we will grab an if-else. So, we are going to have 4 states that a door can be in, right? Well, technically, technically 5, right? Those 5 being open, closed, light, meaning the light is on, opening, and closing. The reason there's an opening and a closing is because there's an animation for the door. So if the door is in the middle of closing and you click it and you click the button, we don't want it to open while it's closing. We want it to finish closing and then to open back up. So what we need to check is if our left door state is closing or our left door state is opening. If that's the case, nothing happens. Otherwise, it will check if our left door state is open. Oop, I spelled open wrong. Make sure you spell everything correctly. If left door state is open, excuse me, then what we will need to do is set left door state to closing. So we have to make it start to close. It's not closed. It is in the middle of closing. And then what we will do is also switch our costume to on, meaning we push the button. So this one actually needs to start as off. I'm sorry. And then else, we will duplicate what we just made and make if left door state closed, switch costume to off, and put door state to opening. Got that? Might seem like a lot, but don't worry. It'll make sense. Now to actually set up the door. What I'm going to do is I'm going to come to my office sprite. I'm going to click on the door, and I'm going to copy it. Okay? I'm going to make a new sprite, and I'm going to call it left door. And I'm going to paste it. You see how because I copied it off of where it is in the office, it goes to the same location in this new sprite, right? Same exact location. That's what we want. We don't want to move this one. So now let's set up all the doors states. We have, this is the state open. And now I'm going to animate a closing, and you can have as many closing frames as you want. Okay? I'm going to quickly animate that, and I'll be right back once I'm done. Alright, I'm back. And as you see, I have an open sprite. I have an entire closing animation, a closed costume, which is the same as the final closing. Make sure you name these accordingly. So closing 1, closing 2, closing 12, all the way down to your closing, whatever your last closing is, and then a final just closed. And don't forget to make yourself a sizer. Why do we need a sizer on the door, Deku? Well, we needed a sizer on the office, and I copied this, right? So if I don't, in turn, make the door bigger, the door will be smaller than the door that you see in the office. If that doesn't make sense, I'm sorry. Just copy what I do. I promise. I promise it'll work, okay? So all that. Just make sure your sizer is the last costume. Or your sizer for your door is the last costume. Cool. Now what do we get to do? Well, it's really easy. Just drag your work from the office into your left door. And that's pretty much your code. There's a few things that you're going to want to change. Set this to do all this stuff. That stays the same. Switch this 12 costume to open. And then we will set up where these coordinates are in a minute, okay? You can take this Office X out. I'm going to personally, just because we're still putzing around with this a little bit, in here, we're going to put in if key space. This is just so that it lines up with the other stuff. Again, we're going to get rid of this if key space later. It's just for ease of use right now. Now, let's start designing where the door is going to be, okay? So, let's just take a look and see what it looks like right now as we play it. So you'll see as it loads up, and we come over to the side, the door is in the perfect spot. You can't see it, right? Until we move over to the side and it starts following the screen, right? If it's not in the perfect location, okay? If it is not exactly where your door is, which, if I'm honest, it should have absolutely no reason not to be. But if it is, putz around with these coordinates right here. Putz around with these two to make it line up. Again, it really shouldn't not line up, but if it doesn't, mess around with these for a bit. And if anything, add a plus. I don't need to. Add a plus and mess around with the number that goes into that slot and then put that back in the X. Again, you really shouldn't need to though, but just in case, those are some fixes. So there we go. We have a door that follows. I bet you can guess what we're going to do now. Let's check for the pixel when it starts to follow the screen. You move over and it starts following. You go back, stops following. There we go. It starts following on this pixel, so we go back one. 50. That's when it starts following. So we will grab an if else and we put it underneath this. We will grab a greater than symbol. We will grab an office X and put it in the first bubble, and in the second bubble, well, we're going to keep it 50 because that's what it is. I keep voice cracking. Are you hearing this? It's getting worse. I'm doing it more and more often. So again, put a show on the top and a hide in the bottom. And if you take a look then, you can't even tell that it disappears because it's just that fluid. Dope. That's why we added these doors, by the way. Alright, awesome. Now, let's make the door's way to animate itself. So, we're going to duplicate what we have here and just take out all this except the forever loop. Now is when we start setting this stuff up. Grab an if else, put an equals, put a left door state in the first bubble and make the second bubble open. If left door state equals open, you will switch your costume to open. Right? Duplicate this and put it in the bottom. If left door state equals closed, you will set it to closed. If left door state equals closing, I spelled closing wrong. Make sure you don't do that. Make sure you're always checking. If something ever doesn't work, make sure you're checking to see if everything is spelled right, because it does make a difference. So, if it's closing, we will set it to open. We will set it to closing 1. And now let's count real quick. So from closing 1, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 closing sprites. Don't count your closed. Do not count this closed sprite as one of your numbers. We have 15. Okay? Just in case, I'm going to check again from 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 15. So into our events, we'll grab a repeat, put in that number, 15, make next costume, and then we will switch the costume to closed, right? And then we will set our left door state to closed. Got it? Pretty easy. Now we'll duplicate what we just made and put it in the else and set it to opening. I spelled opening wrong. Opening. Yep. So for this, we will set it to closing 16, our last closing sprite, which is why it's the same as normal closed. For repeat 15 times, we can't just do next costume, it won't work. So we'll do switch costume, go into operators and grab yourself a minus and put it in there. Put a 1 in the second bubble and do costume number and put it in the first. Then switch costume to open, set left door state to open. There you go. There is your door animations. If you don't believe me, let's take a look real quick. So if we load up the game, I'm sorry if I went too fast there. So we load up the game here. Everything goes to its location. Don't worry, you've seen that stuff there, and when I press space, since we're going to get rid of the press space, you won't even have to worry about that. So we come over here. Here's the door. I'm going to let go of it just for the time being. If we hit this door button, it closes and opens. See that? Isn't that just so nice? So nice. That door animation is so fluid. So now what happens if we click it while the door is closing? Nothing. It doesn't interrupt it at all. See, I'll like put my mouse really close so you can hear how fast I'm going. Doesn't matter how many times you click it, it'll only do it once it's fully closed or fully opened. I like to do that. My voice keeps cracking so much, we're just going to avoid it. So now what happens when it's moving? It doesn't even matter if it's moving. It doesn't matter at all. You can move it as much as you want and the door will still function as normal. Fantastic. Well, there you go. You have your door. Now, what about our light? That's also pretty easy. Come to our left door and we're going to make another costume. I'm going to duplicate this closed, make sure your sizer is on the bottom, and we're going to call this light on. Okay. Bam, we're going to do this, and then we're going to change this to just make it look like there's a light in there. Bam, light. And we'll call that again light on. And light off is just open, by the way. Like the opposite of light on would be the open costume. So there we go. So come into our left door, duplicate all this stuff. If left door state equals light on, then switch costume to light on. Pretty easy. So let's copy our left door button, and I'm going to move that over here, and I'm going to call it left light. Oh, if I could spell light. Left light button. Only thing I'm going to change here is in this on state. If you want to copy true Five Nights at Freddy's fashion, we will make the light button a white. And then obviously change this to say light. Center it. Looks good. Perfect. Alright, same, everything goes here. Let's change this Y because we obviously want it further down. I'll make it 25 maybe. And we'll see how that looks. So all this does the same, and we'll want to make sure. So all this stays the same. You can get rid of this left door state part right here. But all this stays the same all the way through here until we get to this. If touching mouse pointer and mouse down, we're going to check more than one thing here. We're going to grab an OR, put this on this side. We're going to check, and then I'm going to put one more OR in there. We're going to check to make sure that the left door state... Wait, actually, hold up. I'm sorry. Just to check that make the doors... Oh my goodness. Just check to make sure that the door state also isn't closed. Because if the door's closed, the light won't be able to go on. So that's what we want. So, if the left door state is open, what we will do is switch costume to on, put left door state to light on. Alright, awesome. Now, if left door state is light on, switch costume to off, switch left door state to open. Perfect. Let's take a look and check if that worked. So now we're going to see if our button's even in the right spot too. Okay. See, our light button is kind of wonky, not far down as we want it to be. Let's check 0. That's a little bit better. You know what? I like that. There we go. Light button's where we need it to be. You see it works just the same as the door button does. So can we close the door? We can close the door. Can we turn the light on? Okay, that's a bit weird. You see how it's kind of flickering? The reason why this one doesn't flicker is because it has to go through a whole process before I can click it again. So, what can we do here? We can just basically set a little bit of a timer. Maybe 0.5 seconds after each of these to make it run. Should be it. Close the door, open the door, turn the light on, turn the light off. It's just a timer just to make sure that we don't flicker. So light on. The door cannot close when the light is on. Door is closed. Light cannot turn on when the door is closed. When the door is closing, the light cannot turn on. When the door is closing, the light cannot turn on. When the door is opening, the light cannot turn on. Very, very nice. All we have to do is do that to the other side now. Shouldn't take super, super long, so let's just quickly do it. Let's duplicate this left door button and call it right door button. Same thing should apply. Make a variable called right door state. Now I'm going to do something that you might not be able to do if you do not have this add-on right here. It's called Scratch Add-ons, right? That's what it's called. I have a video on it. Definitely go look at it if you haven't already. You're going to have to do this manually if you don't have this add-on. So if you do have the add-on, you can do what I'm about to do, which is when you right-click this, swap variables in Sprite, and it'll change it for right door state. And then it just switches all the right door states for me. Again, you could just manually go in there and switch those out, though. I'll leave a link in the description where you can find the video on how to get this add-on. But yeah, let's continue. So, now all that work was just done for us. Every single little bit of it. The only thing we have to mess around with here now is where where the button shows up. So obviously we don't want that. So maybe if I do 447 instead of negative 447, it'll be in the place I want. Maybe. That's a guess. I have no idea. We're going to figure it out. Oh, excuse me. Where is our door button? Oh, I know what's happening. Okay. So, this needs to be fixed. We're just going to do that. Just so it always shows, just so I can see where it is. That did work. Alright, there you go. That's all you have to do. So now we're going to check when it follows. Follows on that pixel. Negative 196. So make this negative 1. Well, you could probably just do negative 195. So put the negative there. And there you go. Should follow the same thing. Oh, wait, nope. Since we're doing it on the opposite side, we have to swap these two things around. There we go. Perfect. Alright, awesome. There we go. Did that for me. Let's copy the left light button. We will rename it right light button. Simply all we have to do is make right here, this left door state. Well, let's quickly switch these around real quick. 447, negative 195, 0 stays the same. Swap these hide and show around. Come down to here, left door state, switch it to right door state. And there we go. Did it all for us. Now let's copy the left door. And I will name it right door. All we have to do here is switch this to probably negative 50 if I had to take a guess. We're gonna have to move this completely across the map. So what we're honestly gonna probably have to end up doing is remaking all these to make sure they're in the right location, right? So I'm gonna quickly do that. When I'm done, I'll be right back. Alright, I went ahead and reanimated another door animation. One thing you want to make sure of is make sure there's the same amount of closing frames as there was in your other door. See, on costume 17, I was on closing 16. On costume 17, closing 16. Again, you don't have to. If you want them to be even, do the same thing. Again, if you're going to make it a different number, just make sure you mess around with these repeats again. But since I didn't, I won't have to do anything. Right click this, swap in sprite to right door state. Does it all for me. There we go. In theory, that should be it. I might have to mess around with where it goes. But other than that, I couldn't think of anything I need to do. Night 1. Okay. The door's in the right spot. Oh yeah, we have to figure out where the door cuts off. Okay, right. So follows. Negative 50. Oh, no. I know what we need to do. We just need to switch around these hide and show. I'm sorry. Very, very sorry. Okay, there we go. There you go. You have your game. That's that. There that is. What I'm going to do now is we're going to, as promised, get rid of these go to space. That's what we're going to do now. Just get rid of these go to space. Put in what you had. Get rid of the go to spaces. Excuse me. How are you guys doing today? You guys having a good day? I'm having a good day. I hope you are too. Okay. That should, in theory, be everything. Oh, nope, forgot the office. Oh, I can hide the Office X now. And bam, here we go. Here is your game. We can close this door, turn that light on. Ooh, I forgot to make a light. That's what I forgot to do. I thought I was forgetting something. Excuse me. So I'm going to just copy that light on the middle. Come to right door. Bam. Wait, I just did that to open, didn't I? I did. I'm an idiot, guys. Copy open. Bring it down. Light on. Ooh, oh my goodness, that's bright. Super sorry for this, guys. This is very unprofessional of me to forget something of this degree. There's your light on. Does it have a light on state? It does. Okay. There. Let's see what we have. Night 1. We can close this door, not turn the light on. We can turn the light on and not close the door. We can open the door, turn the light on, not close the door, turn the light off, turn the light on, or turn the door down, close the door on this side, the door on this side, door on this side, and everything is perfect. You might have just seen that. I don't know what's going on with that light button right there. That's kind of weird. I'm kind of interested about what's going on with this light. If it becomes a big issue, we can fix it in a later episode. It's so weird. Oh, if you keep clicking it, it moves. Is that with the door too? No. We'll fix it in a later episode. Thank you guys so much for watching this video. If you liked it, then like it. And if you didn't like it, go ahead and like it anyways. Because this series is going super well so far. I like how it's turning out. I haven't had a chance to read any comments because I've recorded all 3 of these episodes in the same exact day. And I'm probably going to record 1 or 2 more of these today. So I won't be able to respond, or I won't be able to take any suggestions for future episodes for a bit. While you're at it, I want to subscribe to my channel if you enjoy my content. That helped me out a lot. We just hit 1,000 recently. Thank you so much. It means a lot to me. Join Discord, link in the description. Thank you so much for watching. I'll see you in the next one. Peace. Yo, what's poppin', guys, and welcome back to another Scratch tutorial video, where today we will be continuing our How to Make a FNAF game tutorial series. In the last one, we worked on the movement of the office. Well, no, we didn't. And the last time, we actually made the buttons for the doors and the lights and made those work. Oh my goodness, these voice cracks are happening all the time now to make those things work. Today, we are going to be doing cameras. Now you might see that I already have some sprites for it. Don't worry, there is no code for any of these. These are all I just made the art. That's all I made. I made the art because I don't feel like that needs to be in the video. You guys can do that yourself. You know how to make art. So, let's just get right into it. I'm going to start by hiding all these things that I already have shown because I forgot to do that because I'm kind of stupid. Oh yeah, don't mind this. This is just a note that we'll go to later in the episode. For now, we won't actually need it though. Alright, so we have our game. Let's start with the camera button. This thing. Go ahead and make yourself one of these little buttons. One called down and one called up. Alright. And now let's get started. Inside of that sprite, I'll zoom in so you can see a bit. When the green flag is clicked, we will hide. When I receive night start, let's show it real quick so we can see where we want it to go. I'll hide the static for the time being just so I can move it down there. Let's just say like right there. There we go. When I receive night start, go to 0, -149. Switch to costume down and show, but also set its ghost effect to 50. Awesome. Now we're going to make a variable called camera state, and I'm going to instantly at the beginning of the night set it to down. Okay. So now in here we're going to do a forever loop. Forever if touching the mouse pointer, right? If touching mouse pointer we will set camera state to opening. Same kind of thing that we're doing with our doors. So before we even do that, what we're going to need to do is if touching mouse pointer, we will check if, grab yourself an or, grab yourself an equals, go to variables, grab camera state and put it in the first bubble. In the second bubble, we will put opening. So we want to check to make sure that it's not opening. Check to make sure that it's not closing. Actually, yeah, those are the only things. Those are the only two states that we wouldn't want the camera to do anything when you touch the button. So, camera open and camera close. Now, otherwise, we will check if else in here. We are checking. This just needs to be an if. Sorry there. If camera state equals down, you will set camera state to opening. If camera state is up, we will set camera state to closing. Very simple, very simple. Awesome. There we go. We have our main setup done, except right here. When it's opening, we will set the costume to up, and when it's closing, we will set it to down. Perfect. Excuse me. Okay, now, I have a camera which has a down animation, which means it's completely gone, that you're down. So in your camera, your actual camera, the costume called down should be empty. Then we have an opening, just like we had with the closing door animation, we have an opening camera animation. And then the final opening is completely open, and then the up is just the outline, and the inside is completely empty. So you want the outline on your final up costume with no filled inside. Awesome, so once you go ahead and you have that, again, I'll leave links to a lot of these downloads in the description if you want to use some of these templates and change up the art a little bit. Inside this camera, we will do when I receive, oh my goodness, zoom in. When I receive green flag, we will hide, and when I receive night start, we will forever. If camera state equals opening, and again, if you really need to, you can refer to this door, right? Pretty basic. If anything, you could literally take this, put it in your camera. You know what? I think we will. We'll take it just like this. Take left door state, swap left door state for camera state. There we go. We have open. Instead of open, it'd be up for us. Instead of closed, it'd be down. Well, actually, no. Down would technically be up for us. And down would be down. Closing, opening. We don't have a light on, so that you can get rid of that. So our down state would be down. Our up state would be up. Our closing state, we'd start by opening. And let's check how many we have. From the first one, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8. So we repeat 8 times. Next costume, go to opening 9. And then set camera state to closed. Except it wouldn't be closed, it would be up. If camera, well actually closing would be the opposite way around. So let me actually set this closing to opening, and I'll set this opening to closing. It will set this to opening 9 and repeat 8 times. Costume number -9. And it'll set it to down and set camera state to down. Awesome. That should be that. Let's take a quick look and see how it turns out. Night 1. We're in our office. We can see our camera button at the bottom. We can turn the light on, close the door, turn the light on, close the door. And if we hover down here, okay, we see nothing happens. Now we have to figure out why. Very simple. I just didn't have it show. Show, and go to the front layer. That's all. See, sometimes it's just little tiny things that will mess up your code. Just the smallest little things that you wouldn't think mean anything. Okay. Now, that might not look like it did much. Like, see, look at this. And then you keep it here, and it'll keep opening and closing. So, now it kind of looks like it broke, doesn't it? But it didn't. Remember, look, the outline is actually there of the camera, which is exactly what we want. This is what it should look like. What you don't want is when you flip up the camera to not have the outline. You want that outline there when you flip up the camera. And then it should work just like this. Perfect. Now time to set up your camera screens. So, we'll work on this in a second. Setting up your camera screens is kind of hard, okay? I'm not going to lie. It involves a lot of costumes. These are all of my costumes. I made extra characters. A lot of you wanted me to make more characters when I was talking in the live stream. So we have, I only had 3. We have our ugly guy. We have Rope Man. And we have Bean Girl. That's these guys' names. Ugly, Rope Man, Bean Girl. These are our 3 characters. So what I like to, again, I want you to put a lot more time into your cameras. I did it really fast because this is a tutorial, okay? So I just had some character sprites, or some character costumes that I used. And now here are all the things we have. This is our Blake canvas. Again, link will most likely be in the description. You can fit whatever you want into this box, okay? Everything outside of it will not be shown. So if let's say you want to make, so for example, look what I did. So let's look at one that's drastically outside. Like right here, see? You see how this door comes way out of that black box? So does this wall. So does him. He comes way outside of the black box. As you can tell, if I were to move this black box to the front, you can see the black box would cut off a lot of this stuff, right? You will not see anything outside of this black box, so don't even worry about having stuff stretched out here. You can literally put anything on these outsides. As long as it's outside of this black box, it will not be shown, okay? Awesome. So you're going to want to have a plan for how each of your enemies are going to move. So I have a stage, right? Just like FNAF, they all start on this stage, right? Now you need to come up with a different camera for every single possible outcome, okay? So we have when the stage is full. The stage when Ugly and Rope Man are there. Oh my goodness, I'm voice cracking so much. What are these things? What? Excuse me? Oh yeah, okay. So this means chick gone. I didn't have a name for it. I just came up with that on the spot. So chick gone. That's what CG means, because she is gone. A stage with a Rope Man gone, or RG. A state with both gone. That's why the B is the B, both gone. And then the stage completely empty. That is every single possible state that I will make this stage be able to be in. Okay? Then we have a playroom. And we have a playroom with Rope Man in it. A playroom with just Bean Girl. A playroom with both of them. And again, I'm labeling these as such. And then one what's empty. We have a bathroom with Bean Girl. A bathroom with Ugly. A bathroom with both of them. A bathroom that is empty. We have a left hallway. A left hallway with Rope Man. I added a little extra arm there. You can see that I'm really just using these 3 pictures over again. Don't do that. Definitely spend more time with your art. Again, it's just a tutorial, so I put it together really fast. The right hallway. And again, don't just copy and paste like I did. You see how it's literally the exact same hall, right? So I added a little bit of an indication so people would know. We have a right hall empty. Right hall with Bean Girl. And that's it. And now we have a right corner. A right corner with Bean Girl. A right corner with Ugly Guy. A left corner that is empty. A left corner with a Rope Man. And those are all of my cameras. Now, depending on how many cameras you have, you will have a lot of costumes in this, okay? And I don't want you to freak out, because I will try to simplify this as much as I possibly can as we go through this process, okay? Okay, cool. So, without further ado, let's get into this. We'll look at what this is in a second. I keep voice cracking. Do you hear this? This is crazy. We'll look at what this is in a second. So, I'm actually just going to move it over here real quick. So, when I receive green flag, hide. Here's where we come up with the when I receive. So come to this camera. When it opens and the state is up, we will make a broadcast called camera up. And when it's closing, we will make a broadcast called... Well, actually, no, we don't even need broadcast. I forgot. We have variables. Variables are better than everything in the world, ever. We will put it for ever loop. Or this isn't fade. Make sure this is night start. Forever. You will do an if else. If camera state equals up. This is where we're going to set its default. So we will show. We will show it. And now we're going to start making the movement. You know how in Five Nights at Freddy's, when you're on a camera, it slowly scrolls side to side? That's what we're setting up. And that's why we have this specific box right here. Again, you can make this box as big as you want if you don't want to download my assets. You can make it as big as you want. You'll just have to putz around with the code a bit. But if you want like my assets exactly, you'll be fine doing what I do here. So, camera state is up. We'll have it go to 0, 0. Okay. Pretty easy so far. You following? Okay, good. Now what we'll do is we will have it repeat until. Put a repeat until in here. And then this is where this comes in. Grab yourself a greater than. Grab yourself an X position. Repeat until X position is greater than minus 56. Again, you'll have to mess around with it to make sure it works right, but if you're using my assets, it is 56. Greater than 56. We will change X by 1. Or actually, I liked it 0.5. You can change it to whatever you want, though. And then, afterwards, we will set X to 56, because it'll most likely go past it and then have to readjust. So there we go. Now, after that, we will have it wait 1.5 seconds. We will grab this and put it underneath. Let me grab my comment right here. Change this to a less than. Mine is less than negative 53. Again, if you're using your own assets and you haven't downloaded mine, you're going to have to mess around with this number a bit until you get what you want. Change X by negative 0.5. Set X to negative 53. And then wait the 1.5 seconds, and then it'll do it again. But make sure this is out, by the way. Sorry. Okay. Oh my goodness. Okay. So, you might realize something now. You might be thinking, I think we do need a broadcast. And now that I'm looking at it, I didn't actually, so I test these. I test the code before I make these projects. I just tested to make sure this thing worked. I didn't actually test to make sure how I was going to do it. So come to your camera. I was right the first time. Let's make a message. Camera up. Make a message down here. Camera down. Come back to here. When I receive camera up, we can go ahead and get rid of all this. This, put a forever loop around it, just like that. That is what it should look like. Awesome. Right here, I'm going to go to front at the bottom of both of these. Well, actually, only opening needs it. The closing doesn't. Just because we need to make sure the overlay goes in front of the camera, because if this shows up afterwards, it'll be on top. Let's take a look and see if it works. It's just going to go to a random camera right now. We don't have it set up to go to a specific camera yet. Okay. Okay, here we go. We're going to open the camera. Now look at this. It moves side. And then it moves the other way. And now we have our little movement back and forth. Now, let's broadcast when I receive camera down. All we gotta do is hide it. That's all. Let me push down. Beep. Ooh, okay, it didn't hide right away. Let's guess why it didn't do that. This is all we have to do. Just make sure that camera down happens first. Make sure camera down happens first. The reason we put camera up happening afterwards is the animation happens and then it shows. In this one, the animation, it has to disappear and then the animation goes. Okay, so let's check it. There it is. We close it. Perfect. Awesome. There's our camera movement. Fantastic. Don't worry, I said we're going to fix this light. We are going to do that. Anyways. So, now, time to actually set up the cameras. Okay? So, cameras. So, we will check on the camera. We're going to make a variable called camera number to check which camera we're on. When camera is up, we will set our camera number to, I have 7 cameras, okay? You might have more, you might have less. So I'm setting my camera to 1 because I want it to default. I want the camera to default to the first camera. Okay? Okay. So, camera 1. Let's go ahead and grab ourselves a when I receive. And we will do when I receive night start. Grab it forever. And we will, this is just a test. We're going to change this code up in a little bit, but forever. We will check if camera number equals 1. We will set our costume to stage full. Right? And then if the cameras were to switch, we'd switch it to each individual one. This is just a check to make sure that we will go to our stage full. And if it does, then we know we are on the right track. Open it up. Stage full. Here they all are, jamming out. You see we have our overlay of the camera. We have it. It goes back and forth between all the characters, or between the screens. All is good. Okay. Now is when we start getting into movements. Well, we're not going to do AI today. We're just going to set up cameras. All right. Now let's work on our camera map. So our camera map is just this thing. I'm sure you've seen it in FNAF games. Make yourself one of these with the layout of your cameras. Okay. Let's start coding it. When I receive green flag, hide. When I receive camera up, let's show it. Let's hide this overlay so we can actually see it. Let's hide these cameras so we can actually see it. I already have it in the location I want it. So let's take a look at it. When I receive camera up, show, go to the location in which you want it, and then have it go to the front layer. Now, if all went well right there, when we play the game, night 1, there it is, right here. I might have to move mine because my camera button's right there, so I think that's what I'm going to do right now. I'll move it up to like right here. Yeah, that looks good. I'll move it up there. Awesome. Now we have our buttons. Same concept. Drag in what we just made in, for the camera map into each of these buttons. I'll be right back once I've done that. Alright, I've gone ahead and done that. Let's begin coding. So everything here is exactly the same in how it should be, right? So, what do we need to do? Now we just need to set up where we want these buttons to actually be. So, take your button, take each of your buttons, and place them where you want them. Let's say I want my 1 there. I want my 2 here. I want my 3 here. My 4 here. My 5 over here. My 6. Where is he? Oh, he's under the camera. 6. And my 7. Right here. Perfect. Look at that. Now that you have all your buttons set up, we're going to input the coordinates into each of these blocks. The way we do that is by simply, for example, I'm on my first camera button right now. So all you need to do is check these two coordinates right here. See, my x is 85, so we set x to 85. My y is 155, so I set my y to 155. Do this for the rest of the buttons. I'll do that with mine, and I'll be right back. Alright, I've gone ahead and put in the individual coordinates of every single one of my buttons. Let's get into game and see if it works. We hit the play button. Night 1 appears. Our office shows up, working how it should. We open up the camera, and we see a little bit of an issue. See how our buttons are underneath of our map? That's a very easy thing to solve. Go into your camera map, and simply make sure you go backward 1 layer. Okay, we're going to need to go backward 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Because every time you do that, it fixes itself. Once you do that, go ahead and save after all of your things are in front, and we'll test it again. There's a big chance it won't work, but just remember the number that you did, which in my case was 7. We're into the game. We open it up. We are behind it again. That's completely fine. So just make sure you go backward 7 layers. Let's test one more time to make sure that that actually worked. My throat's a bit sore. I've recorded a bunch of videos today. Maybe that's why I'm cracking so much. Open it up. There we go. Our buttons are now above our map, and we are ready to start coding in the actual buttons. Let's get into it. What we're going to do first is when our camera is up, since camera will start at 1, all we need to do is start setting up one of these things. So, when I receive camera up, I'm in cam button 1 by the way, we will do a forever. We will do if camera number equals 1, switch the costume to on, else switch it to off. Let's give this to all of our other camera buttons, because all we have to do then is change the camera number that it wants to whatever camera number it is, and that'll solve it. So come to our second one. Since it's our second button, we'd want 2. Our third button, we'd want 3, and so on. I'll finish this off after I have all my buttons coded in. Alright, I've went ahead and did that to every single one of my buttons. Let's check the game and see how it looks. So right now when we come into the cameras, we should only see that our camera 1 is green. And it is. It is the only one that is green. Oh, have you noticed? When we come back down, it doesn't hide. Let's set that up real quick. All we need to do is check that when I receive camera down, we hide. Go ahead and, give that to the rest of your camera buttons. And your camera map too, by the way. If you don't give it to your camera map, you might have some problems. I'm no rocket scientist, but if I had to take a guess, you probably would. Let's take a look and see if it worked. Press the play button. Our night loads up. Our office should be in working order. It is. Open up our camera, and bam, there we go. Shut it down. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Exactly how we want it to work. Now, let's set up clicking the buttons. Before I do that, what I want to do is grab our static and do this. When I receive camera up, we want to show. That's all. We will show, go to front layer, and try going backward maybe 8 layers. So it's behind the overlay, but also in front of all the other things. Actually, no, let's not even do that. This should be good. Oh, and don't forget to do when I receive camera down to hide. Again, we just want the static effect on top of our camera. That's all we're doing here. Yeah. So as you see here, it hasn't actually stopped running this code, which is exactly what we want. Open it up. There we go. We have static over our stuff, but not over this. Have you realized that? Let's take a look real quick and see what our issue is. So let's see how many layers forward we have to go before it covers up all of our buttons. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Has to go forward 8 layers when it shows. So put it right under there. Again, that number may be different for you depending on how many buttons you have. Let's go to our camera and go to the front layer and have it go forward 9. Therefore, our overlay would be in front of the static if I'm doing my math right. We'll take a look. 9-1 appears. Open up the camera. Look at that. It's still not under. Why is that now? This is what we have to figure out. There's a lot of troubleshooting when it comes to coding, and it's just one of the things that has to be, solved. So, what do? Let's figure it out. The fix was a simple wait 0.01 seconds in between our forward 8 layers and go to front. Once you do that, if you come in and go ahead and run your game, that wait 0.01 seconds will wait just the smallest amount of time for all of the other sprites to load in, and then it will load itself in, making it go in front of all of the buttons. Alright, now we get to going through cameras. Let's set it up. Let's go to our first button, and we will, inside this forever loop, say if, put an and, if touching mouse pointer and mouse down. Again, this will make sure we can actually click it because we have a static overlay. And on top of that, we have a darkness overlay. So we have 2 overlays over this, so we really need this. We can't just use a click. So when touching mouse pointer and our mouse is down, we will set our camera number to 1. Let's drag this in to the rest of the buttons so that we can code in what happens when you click them. Because obviously all we need to do is set which number the camera goes to based on the number that it is. So in 2, we set our camera number to 2, obviously. In 3, we set our camera number to 3. In 4, set our camera number to 4. In 5, set our camera number to 5. In 6, set our camera number to 6. In 7, set our camera number 2. Can you take a guess? Can you take it? Yeah, you got it. It's 7. So, now, let's see what happens with the buttons when we click that. Load it in. 1, nothing happens. 2, see, look at that. Now it changes whatever button we're pushing. Pretty cool, right? I think it is. It looks pretty nice. Pretty nice look to it. Okay. Now let's set up actually changing what these are. So, again, these can be switched very easily later. But for now, stage full. If camera is 2, my camera was the party room, so I'm going to do party room empty. This will be changed as we add AI, by the way. 3 for bathrooms, empty. 4 for, I think that was our right, or no, that was our left hall, wasn't it? Yeah, left hall empty. 5 for our right hall empty. 6 for our left, what was it? 6 for our left corner, I think. Left corner. And 7 for our right corner. Where's our right corner empty? There it is. Okay. Let's take a look and see how it worked. We open it up. It displays our night. Get into the game. Everything's working as it looks like it should. Open up our cameras. And just like that, we can switch through our cameras. Pretty cool, if I do say so myself. I'm proud. Are you guys proud? You should be. You're halfway through making a game. Isn't that cool? Alright, now, let's quickly, before the video ends, work on that weird light problem we were having. So the fix to our problem was very simple. Remember how we had this big piece under here? That's what was stopping it, because when we're touching the mouse pointer and the mouse down, it stops doing this code to focus on this one. So if we just separate it into a different kind of thing, so night start, forever, and then just that, it fixes it entirely. Make sure you put that in your door sprite, your other light, in your other door, so that when we go in and we start our game, and it goes ahead and it decides to load up, when we come over here, we can no longer drag the light button like we could before. Perfect. Just what we needed. So, thank you guys so much for watching this video. If you liked it, then like it. And if you didn't like it anyways, because we're getting some progress done, frankly. And it's kind of good. While you're at it, want to subscribe to my channel if you enjoy my content. That helped me out a lot. We're trying to go for 2,000 now. Thanks for the 1,000. It's pretty cool. I know I've been thanking you for like 2 weeks now, but I can't get over it. It's so cool. Join Discord, link in the description. Thank you guys so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. Peace. Yo, what's poppin', guys, and welcome to another Scratch tutorial. Well, today we'll be continuing our How to Make a FNAF Game tutorial series. I'm not gonna lie, this episode's probably gonna be quite a bit longer than the other ones. My guess is probably gonna be 40 minutes. I'm not 100% sure. Maybe I can make it shorter. We're gonna find out. So let's just stop talking. Today we're gonna be covering AI and AI movement, as in the animatronics movement through the cameras. Without further ado, let's get right into it. Let's stop talking, Deku. You're getting annoying. Okay, I'm sorry. Let's go. So, we are going to start by coming into our camera scripts right here. And remember how we had this whole thing set up? Like whatever the camera number is, it'd go to that, right? We're going to do like kind of around the same thing. So since I have 3 animatronics, I'm going to make one called, if you guys remember the name of my characters, I have Ugly as my main character. Ugly location. We're going to make a variable called Ugly location. We're going to make a variable called Rope Man location. And I'm going to make a variable called Bean Chick location. Okay, once you have all those ready, now we can start setting up the rest of these cameras. So again, this is probably going to be different for you unless you're copying my stuff exactly, which if you're not, you might have more work or less work depending on what your situation is. So remember how I labeled all these all super nicely with all the different possible situations and outcomes that I want to be able to happen? We're just going to put that into code form. So let's set up our stage full when all 3 characters are on the stage. So stage is 1. So what we need to do is go ahead and grab ourselves an AND. So what we'll do is we'll check if camera equals 1 and let's just do Ugly's first. Ugly's location is 1, meaning camera 1, right? We got to check to make sure that Rope Man's location is 1. And that Bean Chick's location is 1. And that's what it'll look like. If all those statements are true, you go to stage full. Okay? We're going to move this stuff off to the side for the time being and set up the next one. If camera's 1, Ugly's 1, Rope Man's 1, but Beard Chick is not. So all we'd have to do now is grab a not and put Bean Chick in there. All we have to do then is stage full, CG, or Chick gone. Bam. You see what we're doing here? You're seeing what our pattern is? I'm going to go through every single one. If you think you got it, you can definitely probably skip this video. You might want to stick to the end. Maybe I might do another thing. I doubt it. So we check all this stuff. Let's say we want Bean Chick there, but we don't want Rope Man there. So we take a Rope Man and make sure Rope Man's not equal to 1. And set stage to RG, Rope Man gone. Set this up. Now we want to make sure Bean Chick and Rope Man are gone. We want to make sure both of them are not on stage. But Ugly is. And we said it's stage B, or stage both gone. Are you starting to get it? Let's continue. Now we want to make sure if Ugly is also not there. So if all characters are not in the first location, but our camera is at 1, we will do stage empty. There we go. Now we have every single possible outcome for our stage, which is going to be the most busy one out of all of them because all 3 characters can be on there. Now I'll work on the party room. So if camera number equals 2. If camera number equals 2 and ugly does not equal 2, because we don't want ugly to equal 2, so let's look at what our possible outcomes for the party room are. We have Rope Man being in the party room, Bean Chick, both of them, and none of them. So ugly is never going to be there. So just make sure that ugly's location isn't 2. Make sure Rope Man's location is equal to 2, because we just want to check to make sure Rope Man's is there first. And Bean Chick is not 2. If that is the case, we will do Party Room R, or Party Room Rope Man, meaning Rope Man is in there, and nobody else. 2, make sure ugly stays 2, because ugly never shows up. We just want Bean Chick to not be there. So we'll set it up like that. So if ugly is not at 2, if Rope Man is not at 2, but Bean Chick is at 2 and our camera is 2, it will be Playroom C, or Playroom Chick. Dupe it again. And we want them, let's say we want them both there. So make sure they're both at 2. At that case, we do Playroom RC, Playroom Rope Man Chick. Again. Ugly's not there. We'll make Rope Man not there. And Bean Chick not there. If that's the case, we'll set it to Playroom Empty. There we go. Now our playroom's done. My next camera is my bathroom camera. So let's take a look at the situations that can take place in the bathroom. For our bathroom, we can have a bathroom with Beer Chick, a bathroom with Ugly, a bathroom with both of them, and a bathroom with none of them. Let's start setting it up. So in this case, Rope Man will never show up. So we'll keep Rope Man at a not for the entirety of doing this. So if camera equals 3, Ugly equals 3, but Bean Chick does not equal 3, we will set our bathroom to bathroom B. My bathroom B is for some reason, B is this guy when I was referring to it. Don't ask me why I made him B. I have no idea. I really have no idea when I was making him why I made him bathroom B. But regardless, B means ugly in my standards. So if Ugly is not there, but Bean Chick is, just like that, we'll set it up to make sure. I forgot to switch Rope Man to make sure he's not in 3. Excuse me. Oh my goodness, what did I do here? That's just a mess. We'll do bathrooms C. Bathrooms Chick. Bathrooms Bean Chick. We'll do it again for both of them. So make sure that they both do appear. And if that's the case, bathroom BC, or CB is how I have it. Chick Ugly. I don't know why B is ugly. I don't know why I did that. And then C, where they're both not there. So we'll set that up. Get that into a knot. Get that into a knot. They're all not there. Bathroom's empty. Hopefully you're catching on by now. Now, time for camera 4. My camera 4 in my case is my left hall. No, yeah, my left hall. My left hall. That's what that is. So after bathrooms, left hall. We have an empty left hall. One with Rope Man. That's it. So if that's 4, if Ugly is also not 4, if Rope Man is not 4 and Bean Chick is not 4, meaning they're all not in camera 4, then we get left hall empty. Okay. Do it again, but this time Rope Man is there. We will do, we will do left hall R, or left hall Rope Man. There we go. There's Rope Man. What's my 5th one? My 5th camera is the right hall. So, 5. If Ugly not in 5, Rope Man needs to not be in 5 because he doesn't even show up there. So let's see who can actually come into our right hall. Who can come into the right hall? Let's take a look. Right all can be empty or with bean chick. So, Rope Man never shows up, Ugly never shows up, but Bean Chick, let's say Bean Chick also never shows up, we get the empty right all. We'll duplicate this. All of these above my statements are true except the not. Bean Chick is there. Right hall C or right hall chick, right hall Bean Chick. On to the sixth camera. What is our sixth camera? I think our sixth camera is... Our sixth camera is our left corner. So, left corner, the only one that can show up is Rope Man. So, Ugly, not 6. Rope Man, not 6. Bean Chick, not 6. If they're all not there, we have left corner empty. But if Rope Man is in 6, we will set the left corner to Rope Man, or left corner R. And again, I provided the assets to these things in the last video description. Go check it out if you didn't already. 7. Our seventh camera is our right corner. So Ugly not in 7, Rope Man not in 7, Beer Chick not in 7. Make sure we actually make sure that Rope Man doesn't appear there. Oh my goodness. Fix that. Rope Man on 7, Bean Chick not 7. We have right corner empty. Now, for my right corner, I have an empty, one with Beer Chick, and one with, did I just say Beer Chick? Excuse me, Bean Chick, and one with Ugly. I don't have one with both of them, because I wanted to come up with a bunch of scenarios so you could get the gist of all of them. So, we'll do, did I just do one with her empty? I did do one with her empty. So we'll do one where Ugly is at 7. So we would do right corner B, or right corner Ugly. Go ahead, duplicate it. We just roll reverse here and make Bean Chick there and Ugly not there. Oh my goodness, I need to actually get into frame. There we go. Then we do right corner C. There we go. That is every possible camera outcome I have. Again, if you didn't follow my assets exactly, then you may have more or you may have less. Get it? Fantastic. So, what we're going to want to do now is start setting up the character's AI. Alright, sorry there, had to get a drink. Gotta stay hydrated, you know what I mean? Anyways, on to AI. We're going to start by just making a sprite and not adding any art to it, and just calling this one whatever you want your first character to be. So I'm going to do Ugly is one of my characters, AI. Ugly AI. Let's start programming him. So, even though there's nothing there, I like to do this just as a precaution. When I receive green flag hide. When I receive night start, here's where we start to program difficulties too. So let's grab an if else and do if night equals 1, or if night number equals 1. Do I not have a night number? I could have swore I made one of those. Did I not make one of those? Am I crazy? I didn't make a night number, huh? Are you serious? No, I could have swore I made a night number. I did. I just made it. Why would I make it separate like that? That's just stupid of me. Don't make it private. Oh my goodness. I'm kind of dumb. My goodness. Okay. Well, there we go. Fix that up. Alright. Anyways, back to AI. So, if night number equals 1, we will start programming how night 1 will work. So when night start, we will start by giving Ugly location to 1, because that's where he starts. He starts on the stage, aka 1. So since the first night, we're going to give it a pretty easy difficulty. First night, Ugly won't even move, right? Kind of just like Freddy. He doesn't even move. So there he is. There's Ugly's AI for night 1. Super easy, right? Okay, cool. Now let's make our second AI. I'm going to just duplicate this entire thing. And I'm going to call it Rope Man AI. Now we can actually start getting into something that's actually AI. Where's our Rope Man AI? Rope Man location. Okay. Set Rope Man location to 1, where he should be. Now we will start setting this up. We will wait maybe every 20 to 30 seconds. We'll set him up to move. Every 20 to 30 seconds, Rope Man will move to another location, right? So, here's what we'll do. We will then... okay. I'm trying to think of the best way to word this. So, he starts in 1. And we will run a broadcast called Rope Man Location Check. Right here, we will do a Rope Man Location Check. When I receive Rope Man Location Check, what we will do... Oh, I have an itchy head. You ever get an itchy head? Oh, okay. Rope Man Location Check. When I receive Rope Man Location Check, what we will do is it will check where he is. So, if a Rope Man location equals 1, then we will grab set Rope Man location to... Okay, so here's what we need to do. We need to look at his movement areas. So he starts at 1, and then from 1, he has to move to number 2, right? So we'll just set that up real quick. Oh boy, where is he at? There he is. So if it's 1, it'll set his location to 2. Right? Pretty easy. And then, once it does that, all we need to do is we'll make another broadcast called Rope Man Setup. So, let's have this stay as this. Okay? And we will make, when I receive Rope Man Setup, it'll do this. There we go. Don't forget to do when night start, set his location, and do Rope Man Setup. So when the night starts, he'll go to his first location, broadcast his setup, and start moving. Then it'll check, make it move, and then start setup again, so he'll start moving again. Okay, now, what if Rope Man's in 2? What if Rope Man happens to be in the party room? What happens then? Okay, well, his only other place he can go then would be the hallway. And since he's the only one that's in the hallway, we don't have to do any special checks. So, if Rope Man's 2, he goes to 3. Well, no, he wouldn't go to 3. My cameras would be... So, if we actually take a look at this stuff, we have... He starts in 1, he goes to 2, then he'd go to the hallway, which would be 4. Okay, so 1 to 2 to 4. So from 2, he'd go to 4, and then do the setup. Right? From 4, he'd go to... Oh, not 5. From 4, he'd go to 6, to the corner. Okay? Alright. And then from 6, he'd go to 8. Now, I know we don't have 8 as a button, but what 8 is we are calling 8 our left door, and we will call 9 our right door. Okay? You can't check those, but those will be the areas where if you turn your light on in your office, you'll see them in the door. That's what that means, okay? Awesome. And those are all of his options for movements, right? Cool. Now, what I want to do is make sure we can actually see him at the door, right? So let's go ahead and set up his light at the door. I'm going to make the costume real quick. I just went ahead and made his eyes. And it just because very simplistic. So. Now, here's where we start setting up some more door stuff, right? So left door state can be, what would you call it? Rope man at it, right? So what we can do is in here in our left door, we'll duplicate this last thing. If left door state equals rope man, we'll set it to whatever you just made. Mine is light on R. Okay, pretty basic, right? So in our left light button, when it's clicked, if light on, so if the state is open, okay? If left door state is open, if left door state is on, how do we fit in the fact that rope man is at the door when we turn the light on, is what we're trying to figure out here. So basically what we can do is we'll need to be able to set up the fact that when rope man's location is 8, you need to register that your left door state should be ready to go to rope man. So basically what we can do is check when the door state is light on. What we can do is run an if else. So if rope man location equals 8, or at the door, we will do light on R. Or else, if it's not 8, it'll just do the light on like normal. Pretty simple. So now to test that this works, I'm going to lower this time just so it doesn't take forever for him to move. I'll change it to like 2 to 5 maybe. Let's see if it works. Well, actually, it probably won't, just because I don't have, what's her name? I don't have Bean Chick's AI set up. So let me just do that real quick. And the way we do this is just seriously by doing this and setting Bean Chick's AI really quickly to 1, just so that it registers. So let's take a look now. Let's check and see if rope man can move around actively. So he's moved. He's in 2. Oh, he moved to 4. He moved to 6. Is he gonna move to 8? And he's at 8. Look at him, chilling at the door. It works. Now I'm going to set this back to 20 to 30. Now that we know that his AI works. There it is. There's his setup for 1. So another thing we can do here, right, is put this in night 1. Because night 1, that's how fast it's going to be. Night 2 would obviously be a shorter difficulty, so just make sure you do that. Should we have Bean Chick move around? No, we'll have Bean Chick move around in night 2. So let's go ahead and set up our night 2 AI. Okay, awesome. So night 2, we're going to have Rope Man move around. So if the night is 2, we'll set Rope Man's location to 1. And then, if night 2. So Rope Man never actually has any interferences, so we don't have to worry about him. He's the easiest one to program by far out of all of them. Bean Chick and Ugly are definitely going to be a little bit tougher, so that's why we're tackling Rope Man first. So night 2, maybe instead of 20 seconds, now it's 15 to 25. Moves a little bit faster, you know what I mean? And there you go. You just coded night 2. You just coded his night 2 AI. It's that easy. All right, let's make night 3. Why not, right? Night 3. Bam. Set up. We'll make night 3. Oh, that's night 4. Sorry. Night 3. Maybe now he moves every 12 to 20 seconds. He moves a little bit faster. Not anything super drastic. Because night 3 is also where we're going to introduce Ugly, so we don't want him moving too differently. In night 4, we have him moving every 10 to 15 seconds. Pretty crazy. Night 5, we will have him move every maybe 8 to 12 seconds. Night 6, we will have him move. Just it'll be a very small change because night 6 again, super difficult night. So maybe 5 to 10 seconds is what he'll move in night 6. And night 7 is custom night. I'm not going to set that up right now because that'll be its completely own separate video. Custom night will be. Don't worry, we'll tackle that though. There you go. Rope Man's AI completed for all 6 nights. Progressively gets a little bit more difficult each and every time. Let's move on to Bean Chick. Ah, here she is. Night 1, she doesn't do anything. She does night 2 though. So all you have to do is really just copy this. So, as you see, she pulled off a Rope Man setup. The voice cracks, man. So this one will do. Whoop. Whoop. Bean Chick setup. And I'll put it in this one too. So when we receive Bean Chick setup, we will wait. Well, we need to check first what night which night it is. Excuse me. If night equals 2, obviously if it's 1, nothing will happen because she doesn't even show up at night 1. She just stays at the stage the whole time. Okay, so in night 2, she goes ahead and she'll wait maybe a pick random of, maybe she starts at 20 to 30. Maybe she'll start at 20 to 30 on night 2. Same as Bean Man, or same as Rope Man, except she just starts a little later, because again, you'll have 2 at this time, so it doesn't need to be super, super difficult. I forgot what I called this one exactly. Location check, that's what I called it. Broadcast, Bean Chick, location check. When I receive Bean Chick location check, grab an if else. If Bean Chick location equals 1, all we'll need to do is set Bean Chick's location to 2, because the only place she can go is the party room. Right? Now let's say, well, after that she's going to obviously broadcast her setup again. So now, if she's in 2, she will go to 3, because I'm pretty sure I have 3 as my bathrooms right now. Do I have 3 as my bathrooms? Yeah, 3 is my bathrooms, okay. Yes, 3 is the bathroom, and then she'll broadcast the setup. If she's in 3, she will go to, I think, 4? No, 5? She'll go to 5, because 5 is the hallway. She'll go to the hallway. Here's where we set up, though, because remember, I'm pretty sure they both go into the hallway, don't they? Or is it just Bean Chick that can go into the hallway? I think that, what's his, Ugly skips it. Ugly does skip it, okay. Never mind, we're still good. So it goes to 5, and then, if she's in 5, she'll go to 7. 7 being, you know, the hallway. So, now here we go. As you remember, in this specific corner, in this camera, if you take a look, she can be in the camera, and he can be in the camera. Never once can they both be in it at the same time, which is now where we need to do a special check. So what we will do is we will say, if we will check if Ugly's location equals 7, meaning if he's already occupying the corner, she'll just broadcast the setup. And she'll do it again until he leaves. He'll keep he'll keep repetitively doing that again until Ugly leaves. Else, she'll go to it. If he's not there, she'll just go to it. Perfect. There's her entire movement system. Now let's set her up for the rest of the nights. Night 3. Night 3, maybe we'll have her going 15 to 30 seconds, right? She still has a pretty large time frame, but she can just move a little faster if she wants to. Not anything super huge. And also make sure that's actually 3. Night 4. Night 4, maybe she then moves 12 to 25. 12:25 seconds. Not anything super crazy. Night 5. She's moving 10 to 20 seconds. She's speeding up. She's picking up the pace a little bit. Night 6. She does a drastic change, maybe. Maybe night 6 she goes instantly 5 to 10. Something crazy like that at night 6. And there we go. There is your Bean Chick AI. All set up. All set up and ready. Let's set up Ugly's AI. So night 1, he just kind of chills. I realized in Bean Chicks I actually have her do something. I actually have her do a setup. She doesn't need one in night 1. She doesn't show up. Yeah, you don't want that setup in a night where they don't show up. So he doesn't show up in night. He doesn't show up in night 1 or night 2, but he does show up in night 3. So we have Ugly setup. When I receive Ugly setup, we will wait a random amount of time. Maybe since it's night 3, he's already kind of off the cuff. He's already kind of going places. 15 to 20 seconds. And then he does a Ugly location. Oop, I spelled ugly wrong. Ugly location check. Perfect. When you receive the Ugly location check, we will go ahead and check if Ugly location would happen to equal 1. Now, if you take a look, he instantly snaps to the bathrooms. He does not go to the party room, so that our bathrooms are 3. So we'd set Ugly's location to 3. And since Bean Chick can also be in bathrooms, we don't have to make sure there's a thing there. And then you do a setup. If he's in 3, right, he'll go to 7. He'll just jump right to 7, completely skip the hallway. He's a fast guy. But again, Bean Chick can be there. So we'll have to run a check. If Bean Chick location is 7, just do a setup. Or else have Ugly go to 7 and do his setup. Ooh, I just realized we forgot to do something in Bean Chick. That just reminded me. We will do if Ugly location, or sorry, wait, Ugly location. Why am I in Bean Chick? Oh, what's going on here? Oh, wait, I'm an idiot. Okay. Excuse me. If Bean Chick's location equals 7, and it does this, then we will check if Ugly location is at 9, meaning if Ugly is at your door, because again, 9 is your right door, 8 is your left door. If that, she'll do it again. Or else, she'll go to 9 and be at the door. Okay? Back to Ugly's AI. If Ugly's location is 7, then what we check is we check if Bean Chick's location is 9, and also we'll do that. Otherwise, we'll set Ugly's location to 9, meaning at the door. Get it? There we go. So let's do a quick one of these to set up each of his nights. So night 3, he moves like that fast. Set up night 4. He will go maybe he'll dip down to 12 to 15. Night 5. He's going 10 to 15. Not a super drastic change. Night 6. He's out here going supersonic 5 to 12. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Congrats. You have your AI set up. Now we just have to make sure they can be at the door. So we're going to go to the right door. Because remember, the right door holds both Bean Chick and Ugly. Left door only houses Rope Man. So let's set it up the exact same way that we set up the other one. So I'm going to quickly make art for both of them being at the door. Alright, there we go. I have my thing for when Bean Chick is there and for when Ugly is at the door. And again, I named them light on C for light on chick and light on B for light on ugly. I kept B because that's what I did for the cameras. You can name them whatever you want, though. You name them accordingly to you. So, now, time to just inherently copy exactly what we did here. And like that's about it. I'm going to bring it into this sprite just so I can take a look at it as I'm doing it. So, yeah. So, if light on, we'll just do this little check to see if, right here, we'll do if bean chick's location is 9, then we will do light on C for light on chick. Else, if ugly's location is 9, light on B for light on ugly. Or else, finally, or just if else in general. I didn't need to put that entire other thing in there. Else, just do light on. Just like that. Just like that, you have your entire AI set up for your things. But you might be wondering, wait a minute, how do we make them go away from the door? You got a good point there. Let's set that up right now. Should be pretty quick. So, let's go to their AI. We'll start at Ropeman's AI. Okay. Right over here, what we'll do is we'll do okay. So make one more. Right? Well, at this one, at your final location when they're at the door, we're going to make a new one where we're going to do Ropeman jump scare check. To check if he gets to jump scare you. So, when I receive Ropeman's jump scare check, what we will do is based on the night, how long of a time you have to shut the door. If night number equals 1, we'll give you a decently alright time. We'll give you maybe, let's say, we'll give you a night. You'll give you 8 to 12 seconds to close the door when he's at it. Then after the 8 to 12 seconds, if left door state, because that's where Ropeman goes in. If left door state equals closed, that means if it's in the middle of being closed, if its state is closing and you don't have it completely closed, he still jump scares you. If you want to make it, so 1 second, I'm going to sneeze. Sorry there. If you wanted to make it so that even if the door is in the middle of closing, you still want that to count as it being closed, all you'd have to do is take an OR, put it in there, duplicate this, and set this to closing. That's all you'd have to do. I'm going to be mean and not give you that satisfaction. I need you to have it completely closed to my standards. So if left door state equals closed, then all you will do is we'll send him back, right? We'll set Ropeman's location to 1, meaning he goes back to the stage, right? And then you'll do Ropeman setup again. And he'll start his process all over again. Otherwise, then you just get a Ropeman jump scare. Ropeman jump scare. And there we go. We'll set up jump scares in a future episode. We don't have to do that right now. So let's give that to these other two guys. Oh my goodness. Give that to Beancheck and give it to Ugly. Go to Ugly. Bring up his stuff. Down here, instead of this, he will, instead of Ugly setup, if he's at 9. Is that what I did? Hold up. I got myself lost. Set it to 1, set it to 8. So if he sets it to 8, set it to 9. Okay, here it is. Ugly jump scare check. This is being okay. Well, I'm an idiot. I'm in the wrong guy. Ugly jump scare check. Okay, cool. When I receive ugly jump scare check, if your knight equals 3, because it's the first one he comes up in. Oh yeah, I just realized. Completely forgot to add the rest of the knights. I'm very sorry. If knight equals 2, we'll give you 7 to 10 seconds. If knight equals 3, 5 to 10 seconds. If knight equals... Oop, that's 6, my goodness. If knight equals 4, 5 to 8 seconds. If knight equals 5... Again, you can be as brutal as with this as you want. We'll do 4 to 7 seconds. And if knight equals 6, 3 to 5 seconds to close the door. And again, custom knight stuff will be covered in a later episode. Anyways, back to ugly. If your knight equals 4, we will do, instead of 8... Well, actually, hold up. Let me actually finish setting up all this stuff. This will be right door state. First of all, right door state equals closed. Set ugly location to 1. And do ugly setup. Else do ugly jump scare. There we go. Put that one in there. Knight 4. Knight 4 will give you a 5 to 12. Knight 4 will give you a 5 to 12. Knight 5, you'll get a 5 to 10. Or no, we won't do that. Well, that's too nice. 5 to 10 on 4. 4 to 8 on 5. 6. Give you your 3 to 5. 3 to 5 on 6. There we go. Set up bean chick, and then we should be done. Bean chick, jump scare, check. Okay. Bean chick, jump scare, check. If knight equals 2, because that's the first time she comes in, we'll give you a... We'll give you a... 8 to 15. Well, I don't know. What's Ropeman's second night? 7 to 10? Oh boy, that's a lot of time. We'll do 8 to... We'll do 8 to 12. That's fine. That's fine. For night 3... drops to a 7 to 10. Knight 4 drops to a 6 to 9. Knight 5 a 6 to... Or let's do a 5 to 8. Ooh, 5 to 8. Oh my goodness, that's actually crazy. Hold up, no. Hold up, nah. This will be a 6 to 10 on night 4. Night 5 will be a... How do I balance this? How do I balance this in a non-toxic way? We'll do 5 to 10, and then night 6, she specifically gets kind of hard. You'll have to really focus on her as she drops to... Wait, I said 3 to 5 on Ropeman, didn't I? I don't gotta be nice. I don't gotta be nice. What do I mean? Trying to balance this stuff? Am I stupid? No, night 6. Give her 3 to 8. I don't care. I'm being mean. And I just realized I forgot to set up all this stuff. Oh my goodness. Let's replace all left door states with right door state. All Ropeman locations with bean chick locations. And then I gotta manually set up all these things. So, you know, we can do the bean chick setup, and then we actually have to make a broadcast for bean chick jump scare. And then I'm going to do that to the rest of these. And once I'm done, I will, oh my goodness, I'll be right back. All right, I went ahead and did that. And as I was coding this, I just thought of something, right? Rope Man, for example, could go back to the... so in Night 5, right? Rope Man could go back to the stage. But there is no option for there to just be Rope Man on the stage. So what we're going to have to do is in Rope Man AI, instead of setting his jump scare checks to go back to 1, we're going to have to set him to go to 2. So he just goes to the party room. Which is fine. That's completely fine. Fine by me, at least. Same with Bean Chick. Bean Chick can't be going back. So just make sure you set Bean Chicks to 2, or whatever your characters are. Or you can make more costumes in your cameras for there to be just 1 at the thing. Now Ugly can always be there. So Ugly can actually just go back to 1. He can always be at the stage. So go ahead and do a little bit of a save. Fantastic. Shall we see if Night 1 works? I think we shall. And I'm going to just change, again, his setup thing. Just so we can actually take a look. And see how well it works. With Rope Man moving around. Let's watch on him. Alright, he moves to 2. Moves to 4. Moves to 6. Moves to there. So I gotta close the door. He'll wait his designated amount of time. And he's gone. Is he back at 2? He was. He already moved back to 4. To 6. He's at the door. Oh, he's still at the door. He's still at the door. It probably broadcasted his jump scare. So there we go. He moves around. Shall we try it another night? Let's try it the 6th night. How about that? Should we try the 6th night out? Just see how it is. See how it seems. I think we should. Let's test out the 6th night. How about it? Let's see what it's like. I'm excited. Night 6. Okay. We're taking a watch on him. Oh my goodness, they literally all moved at the same time. Uh-oh. Oh boy. He's already at 4. They're both at the bathroom. He's there. He's at my door. He's probably already got me, if anything. Oh, there he is. Oh, there's Rope Man. He's gone. He's gone. Oh, there's Beer Chick. I keep saying Beer Chick. Bean Chick. She's probably gone. Okay. Night 6 works. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Give yourself a round of applause. You just made some AI. And this video is getting kind of long, so thank you guys so much for watching this video. If you liked it, then like it. If you didn't like it anyways, because in the next episode, we'll probably do power, time, so that the time actually goes by. We'll probably set up jump scares, and that should be the next episode. So thank you guys so much for watching. While you're at it, I want to subscribe to my channel if you enjoy my content. That'll help me out a lot. I'm trying to go to 2,000 now. Thank you for the 1,000. Join us, link in the description. Thank you guys so much for watching. I'll see you in the next one. Peace. Yo, what's poppin', guys? Welcome back to another Scratch tutorial, where today we will be continuing our How to Make a FNAF Game series. In the last one we did Enemy AI, which, congratulations if you made it through that with No problems. Congratulations. Give yourself a pat on the back. You made it through by far the second hardest part you'll ever have to go through in this series. First being custom night, but we're not doing that today, so don't even worry. Today we're doing some smaller things. Like the first thing we're doing is our power. So let's get started. We'll make a new variable called power. Oh my goodness, could you stop capitalizing the O? There we go. Again, we're just going to keep this variable for now. We're going to give it a nice little graphic, but just for now, we're going to keep it a power. Anyways, now let's get into setting this stuff up. So, what are the ways you can make your power go down? Maybe your door, your light, your camera being up, stuff like that, right? Okay, let's set that up. So, basically, what we need to check is if the door is closed, right? So let's go ahead and set that up. Go into our... No, okay. Let's make a new sprite, and we'll call it Power AI. You don't need to give it a costume. Like, you don't need to give it anything special. Don't need to make it look fancy. When I receive green flag, I'm going to sneeze, I'm sorry. Sorry there. Okay, when I receive green flag, it will hide. And when I receive, night start, we will begin the process. So, I'm going to make it so that every night it progressively gets more and more difficult. It progressively loses power faster. So, we'll do, you don't have to do this if you don't want to. So, if night number equals 1, then we will check. We'll check some forever stuff. So there's a few ways that we're gonna have to check this stuff, right? Forever, we will check. How do we go up to this? So, if let's start with the doors. If our left door state equals closed, right? The door is closed. We're using power, right? We will then have to set up a singular thing. So we will do something very basic. So we're going to have to set up something for each and every different way. I'm sure there's a much simpler way to do it, but my brain doesn't work in compacting things. I'm not a compact guy. I'm a function guy. I can make it work. I'm stuck at compacting it. So this will make sure it checks the door every single time flawlessly. So what it will do is we'll make a variable called power usage. We can hide that one. So when the night starts, we'll start by setting our power to 100, obviously, right? That's 1,000. 100. And we will also set our power usage to 0. We will change in here our power usage by 1, and then we will wait until, right, our left door state equals open again, right? Just so it doesn't continuously make our power usage higher and higher and higher and higher and higher. Pretty simple, right? Pretty simple. And then once it does, we will change our power usage by -1. Pretty simple, right? So there's our left door on night 1. Okay? Well, actually, now think about that. I don't even need that in there. That'll be in a different part of this. So what's another thing we can do? We can do the right door. Oh my goodness, are you hearing these voice cracks? These are actually insane. So let's do our right doors now. Right door state. Right door state. Just like that. There you go. There's your power for the right door. Now maybe we can do light state. Or left light state. Saying this is making my face go numb. Well, no, actually, our lights are our doors. So let's just copy this one for our left. So left door state equals light on. Power usage by 1. Wait until it's open. Pretty simple. Equals light on. Then wait for it to be open. Pretty simple, right? There we go. We're setting up a bunch of ways that we can add power usage. Okay? Okay. What's another one that we can think of? Our camera being up. Maybe, right? Camera state. If camera state equals up. Power usage by 1. Wait for camera state to be down. There we go. We have every single possible scenario in my game where power could be going up, right? That's every scenario. Now let's actually set up taking away the power. So we'll grab this. And forever, here's where we check, right? What night we're on. If our night equals 1, right? So if our night equals 1, we'll get this little forever loop. Forever, we will wait a specific amount of time. So since it's night 1, we'll wait 1 second, right? Night 1, every 1 second we'll take away the... No. Night 1 will be nice, and every 2 seconds we'll take away the power, right? Or should it be even nicer? So let's think about it. We have 7 nights in total, right? Well, we're just going to program the 6 nights. So if you have 6 divided by 2, right? So 6, you could have, starting at 3 seconds, 2.5, 2, 1.5, 1, and then 0.5. So that's what we'll do. We'll start it off, you get 3 seconds on night 1. You'll get 3 seconds of power usages, right? 3 seconds, and then it will change power by, and grab a join. Make the first one a dash or a minus by minus power usage. There we go. Every 3 seconds, depending on how much power we are using, it'll add power that it will be taking away every second. On night 2, every 2.5 seconds, we'll do the same thing. On night 3, every 2 seconds, we'll do the same thing. Night 4, every 1.5 seconds. Night 5, every 1 second. Night 6, every 0.1 seconds. Or 0.5 seconds. And again, that can be changed as much as you want. Fantastic. Isn't that great? There we go. There's your power all set up. Shall we test it? I think we shall. Let's take a look and see if it works. Don't worry, again, we don't have to worry about this right now. We're gonna hide it and make it a nice little graphic. Okay, here we go. Let's test it. The light's on. Okay, we're losing power really, really fast, right? We have to figure out now why we are losing it so fast, right? Oh wait, our night's 6. Right. I forgot. In the last episode, we set our night to start at 6. That'd be why, everyone. That'd be why. It's going down so fast. Okay. It's night 1. Turn our light on. Every 3 seconds, our power will go down. We have our door closed, right? It should go down by 2 now each time. If we have our camera up, it should go down by 3. There we go. It's going down by 3 every 3 seconds. And hey, maybe, as you're thinking right now, maybe you want some things to be more. Maybe the door takes away more power than a light does. And I agree with you. So let's change it by 2. The doors will change the power by 2 instead. And the cameras and lights are both 1. That's fine. Perfect. Makes it even harder now. Now the doors take 2 power to have closed, the lights take 1, and the camera takes 1. Nice. Sucks for the player, right? Just kidding. We don't care about them. Alright. Now I'm going to set up some nice little sprites for the UI to make the UI look better. So it's not this variable, so it's something actually that looks nice. I'll be right back once I'm done. Alright, I am back, and as you see, I have created AI for or not AI, UI for every single possible number of power. I know there's a different way to do this. I just feel like it's a little too complex for a series that I don't want to necessarily be super complex. I'll leave a link where you can download these assets in the description, just like I did with a few other things. But yeah, so once you get those, or you make your own, we'll get to it.
So I made that the design of the Power AI, by the way. That's the design of the Power AI. So if you download the assets, it's going to be downloaded as a sprite. Then just bring all these scripts into that new sprite. Okay. So when I receive night start, all we got to do is get a forever loop, forever. So we'll make it show when the night starts too. Show, oh boy, where are we going to go here? So let's hide this stuff that we don't want showing right now. Let's hide the power, hide the camera, hide the office. Oh, there it is, power. I'm going to put it up, all the way up in this corner. Alright, now that I got it in this corner, we will make sure that it goes to that location. And then forever, switch costume to power. There we go. Since power is a number, I have all of these named to what they are. You won't even have to worry. That's all you need. Let's take a look. See how it looks. Take a play. Night 1 appears on the screen. Power 100. There it is, all the way up there. If you turn the light on, and it starts going down. Yep. 98. Close the door. 95. 92. Yep, power shows. One thing I want to do is when I receive camera up, hide. When I receive camera down, show. I want to check if that works real quick. Boop. And then if it does, we'll be on to the next little thing to add. Hides, and it shows. Yep, it does. Next thing I want to work on is making sure that the clock in the office actually changes. That means we have to set up some time. So, you know, we can actually beat the night. How does that sound? Sound pretty good? Alright, cool, let's do it. So, let's make a variable called time. Again, this is just extra thing. So, shall we set up a time AI? I think we shall. Well, no, we don't even need to set up a time AI. We can just do it in the office, because the office is the thing that actually has to change. So, when I receive night start forever, well, first of all, we want to set our time. Set the time to 12. There we go. Our time is set to 12. Now what we need to do is we need to basically switch costume to time. There we go. And as if you remember, we have all these numbers set up. 12. There we go. Now let's do this thing to actually make the time go by. How about that? So I didn't mean to throw away the forever loop. Okay. So night start forever, maybe every minute. So a night will be 6 minutes in mine. You can make whatever you want though. Just make sure it lines up with your AI too. Because if your AI is taking 30 seconds and a minute's 30 seconds, and then like one of the hours is 30 seconds, on night 1 they might not even get to your door. Just keep that in mind. So every 60 seconds we will run an if time equals 12, because obviously if I just say change time by 1 and it's at 12, it'll change it to 13. So I just have to check once. So if time equals 12, it will set the time to 1, else it'll just change the time by 1. So if it's not 12, it'll just change it. So that's what you need right there. Okay, perfect. Then after that, we will do a inside of this forever. Well, we'd actually want a new forever for this one. Actually, no, we even wouldn't. We could just do this. Forever. If time equals 6, or whatever time you want. If time equals 6, we can hide that variable now. Broadcast night finished. And we can hide the office. I'm going to grab a when I receive night finished. Hide, just so I can drag this into all the other things that'll be showing. Static could be showing. The darkness will be showing. Buttons could be showing. Well, actually, what we're going to want to do is stop other scripts in the sprite. Is what we're going to want to do. Give that to every single possible thing that could be showing at the time when the night ends, when you finally beat it. So once I do that, I'll be right back. Alright, I just did it. Don't forget to put that same thing in your AI. Even though your AI doesn't show, you still want it to stop the other scripts in the sprite, just so it stops their movements. So there we go. That should actually be that. Let me check this just to see if the thing actually changes. So maybe instead of 60 seconds, just so we can test, we'll do it every 5 seconds. Just so we can see if the office actually changes. Just take a look-see. Night 1. Every 5 seconds, that clock in the office should end up changing. We'll take a look. Yep, it changed to 1. Let's even get to 6 maybe. To 2. There's 3. Alright, awesome. There's 4. That's 5. And then 6 should hide everything. Congrats, it works. Now what do we do? Well, now we make another backdrop for our actual windscreen. So I'll take this color, please. And then we'll go ahead and make that little backdrop real quick. And we'll do the classic FNAF thing, where you just write a big old 6 a.m. Smack that right on screen. Just like that, and we'll call it 6 a.m. screen. And we'll do a when I receive green flag. This is in our backdrop, by the way. We will switch the costume to title. When I receive... Oh, excuse me. Night finished. You'll switch the backdrop to the 6 a.m. screen. So now when we beat the night, it will add our 6 a.m. And then maybe we can do... It'll be on the screen for maybe 5 seconds, maybe. And then you know what we do? Then we go ahead and we broadcast green flag. Let's take a look and see if we can beat it. I'm going to actually switch the time down just so it goes a lot faster, just so we can test it. Let's take a look. Night 1. Okay, the time's going. Perfect. Everything's going as it should. There we go, 6 a.m. And there we go. It restarts the game. And one thing we have to do that we didn't is when the night is finished, we will change our night by 1. Change our night by 1. There we go. Awesome, awesome. How are you feeling? You feeling good? I'm feeling good. So you want to know what we could do now that we're not going to do now, we'll do in a later episode? We could technically set up saving right now, which I will do. Not in this exact episode. Hold up, let me grab a drink. You should grab one too. Stay hydrated. Alright, fantastic. Alright. There we go. We have power and time down. Let's set up some jump scares. I'm going to quickly go make the animations for them. You're going to want to have them separate sprites. So, like, I'll make an ugly jump scare. So, I'm going to animate all their jump scares real quick, and then I'll be right back to do the coding. Alright, I'm back, and I've made their jump scares. I expect you to make far higher quality jump scares. I made these just because it's a tutorial, and they don't need to be super good. But I'll give you a look at them. So... I'll show you uglies. How many does he have? 13, so 12. Let me just run through these real quick. I'm just going to set up a quick little animation thing. We're obviously going to make him look pretty good. So, alright, here it is. Ready? Here's Uglies. He just goes up and gets bigger. That's all. Nothing super special. Very, very basic. What does Rope Man have? Man, I don't even remember what Rope Man. Well, I do remember what Rope Man's was. What does he have? He also has 12. Okay, cool. He should probably show, shouldn't he? He just does it but from the top because he kind of crawls on the ceiling. He does inherently the same thing. Again, don't do something like this. This is a terrible example of what you should be doing, because you should not be doing it like that. It's very lazy. I'm just doing it because tutorial man, big. And what about Bean Chick? What does Bean Chick have going for her? Okay, Bean Chick, you have also 12. Okay, here she is. Well, she just kind of, as you probably just saw there, she just kind of comes in from the side. She comes in from the side and kind of like eases her way up to the camera. Again, you can make that as different as you want to. But there's the general rundown of what my guys look like. So let's hide these all. And let's design how they look. Inherently what I did was pretty much it. So when I receive green flag, hide. When I receive... So we're in ugly right now. So I'll do ugly jump scare. We will switch costume to 1. We will then go to 0, 0. Show. Go to front. We'll go to front before we show, actually. And then we will repeat 12 times, because we only have 13. Go to the next costume, but we'll wait 0.01, just like that. And then we will maybe wait like a second. Or like, we'll wait a little bit shorter than a second. And then hide. Pretty easy. And then that would broadcast something that we'll call death. And then there you go. Do you want to make a jump scare sound? I taught you how to make one in a video from before, but if you don't know how, I'll teach you how to make one. You can obviously go find one if you want to, but here's how you can pretty easily make one. All you gotta do is hit record, and then make a weird noise into your microphone. Whatever you want. Maybe you can just be like... Beautiful. Cut off where you need it. Right there. I have no idea why it's not coming out of my mic. Kind of weird, but whatever, it works. Don't you love it? Alright, we'll call this ugly jump scare noise. So what we can do now is you can add a robot. And maybe faster. There we go. Jump scare noise. Awesome. And when you receive ugly jump scare, you will simply play sound ugly jump scare noise until done. Also at the end here, don't forget to stop other scripts in the sprite. So if the jump scare noise is too long, it will cut it off. So let's see what ugly jump scare looks like when it's done. Perfect. Nice. I'm just going to copy this and put that right in Rope Man's. So here we are in Rope Man. When you receive a green flag, hide. And instead, we will do, this will be Rope Man's jump scare. All that stays the same. Let's make him a jump scare noise. Maybe that sounds good, who knows. Perfect. Faster. Perfect. Rope man jump scare noise. And of course, when you receive Rope Man jump scare, play sound Rope Man jump scare noise until done. Let's test it out. Perfect. Awesome. Now let's set up Bean Chicks jump scare. Okay, that's super annoying that it does that. Put that in there. Thank you. So we have to obviously do when I receive green flag, hide. When I receive Bean Chick jump scare, all that good stuff stays the same. Let's give her a jump scare noise. Maybe like that. Perfect. Perfect. Alright, sounds awesome. Alright. Perfect. Oh, I forgot to name it. Hold up. Bean Chick jump scare noise. Okay. When I receive Bean Chick jump scare, broadcast, play Bean Chick jump scare noise until done. Let's try it. Perfect. The jump scares work. Let's take a look and see what happens when we lose. So let me just bring out Rope Man's AI and set this up to 3 to 5 seconds on night 1, just so we can quickly go ahead and get right through and get to the jump scare really quickly. So let's watch Rope Man move around. He's in cam 2. I forgot we had the time going down really fast. Let's set that back to what it's supposed to be. Forgot about that. Silly me, aren't I? Am I right? Silly me. Okay. Let's watch Rope Man move around. He's in 2. He's in 4. He's in 6. He's at the door. And then he gives a little bit of time to be able to close it. Perfect. Now we just have to do something that happens when death is received. So let's give a death screen. Backdrop. Death screen. Same stuff as the other things. Boop. Perfect. Give me this color so I can write game over. Perfect. And now this office has this night finished thing, right? So if we receive death, the same thing is going to happen. We're just going to go ahead and give that to every possible thing that could be on. Again, don't forget your AI either. That's very important. Once I'm done with this, I'll be right back. Alright, I've just given this little line of code to every single possible sprite that could be showing when I get jump scared. Now let's come up to our backdrops and actually set up a death screen. So when I receive death, go to death screen, wait 5 seconds, broadcast green flag. Pretty easy, pretty easy. If you want to be really fancy, you can come up to here and do when I receive death, show, go to front, wait 5 seconds because that's how long it's there, and then hide. Let's go ahead and test out our death again to see how it looks. I hope it looks good. Let's watch little rope man move around. Oh, there he goes onto cam 2. Swoops to cam 4. Hops to cam 5. Somersaults to my door. And then I get jump scared in a second. Okay. Well, I know what's going on there. That's because I gave him this thing. So let me do this one more time. We'll make Rope Man's AI even shorter. 1 to 2 seconds, then he'll do it. One more quick test. Sorry. So to make sure everything's working super nice. Oh boy, he's on a move. Oh, he's on the move. He's on the prowl. Hey, Rope Man. What are you doing, huh? How are you? Doing good? And then there you have some static. That sits there for 5 seconds, and then there you go. It starts you again. And make sure that when you die, it does not give you your next, night. Like it does when you win. Look at how you see how it changes it. Make sure your death doesn't change it. Okay. So, we added time, jump scares, and power. I think we made some good progress. That's where I'll end this episode. Thank you guys so much for watching the video. If you liked it, then like it. If you didn't like it anyways, because series is not done yet. We got a few more things to add. While you're at it, want to subscribe to my channel if you enjoy my content. That helped me out a lot. I'm trying to get to 2,000 now. We just hit 1,000 a little while ago. Thank you guys so much for that. I can't get grateful enough. But yeah. Join Discord, link in the description. Provided assets in the link in the description below. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. Peace. Yo, what's poppin', guys, and welcome back to yet another episode of How to Make a FNAF Game in Scratch tutorial series. In the last one, I think we did power, jump scares, and something else. Today we are going to work on, the stars that you get for completing specific things. We're going to work on that, as well as working on saving. And then after that, we will have custom night, and then that should be the final episode of the series. I hope you're just as excited as I am. Let's get right into it. So, what we're going to do, I'm going to start by duplicating this play button that we have, and I'm going to name it load button. Okay? Now, we're going to keep all of this the same. Green flag, literally every single little bit of this. We're just going to, first of all, change this to say load. And by the way, if you hear a fan, that's because there is one. It's super hot in my office, so I'm sorry about that. There we go. All this stuff, except instead of this mouse down, what we are going to do is broadcast a new message called load data. Okay? Just like that. And then before it does any of this stuff, that's all it's going to do right here. Okay, for now, just that. Then you're going to grab a when I receive and make it when I receive load, if we could find it, load data. Okay? Now, what we need is I have this bit of code here that I'm going to drag in. Okay, here it is. So now, don't get worried. I know you don't have this, and I know I didn't walk through it. That's because I'm not going to in this video, because I have a video explaining exactly this system right here, explaining the entire system in a saving system. I'll link that video in the description. If you want to know how it's done, go there to figure out how to do it. Or if you just want to take this code, I'll leave a link to the project that you can go to take this bit of code and put it in your backpack so that you can use it, okay? So I'll give you a second to do that. When you're done, come back when you can get this. Well, if you're still watching, I'm assuming that you have this bit of code, and this is what you're seeing right now, and you have it up, okay? So, here's what we're going to do. We're going to modify this little section of code. Before we can do loading, we have to set up saving, right? So what we're going to do is, remember how when we lose, we get this death? Alright, yes, that's exactly what we want, right? So this death will get the death screen, and then after 5 seconds, instead of broadcasting the green flag, what it will do is we will broadcast a message called death save, as we're going to have a few different kinds of saves, maybe. So we're just going to make sure this one is death save. And then also, while in the backdrop, we're going to grab a when I receive death save. We are going to grab in this other set of code, which again you can find in that same project or in that same video where I go over it, and you'll see all of this stuff a bit bigger, because saving is a bit more complex than loading is. And again, I'm not going to go over what any of this stuff means, because I have a whole video on that you can go check out right now if you want to know what this is and what it does. But I'm just going to be showing you how to modify what we have here. So basically, all this stuff, completely fine. So basically, what importing this has given you is it has given you these lists. It's given you all numbers, CD, D-store, final codes, letters, and number encoding. The only ones that we're going to be touching right now really are final codes and letters. So the first thing we're going to do is take our letters, and we're going to have to set up a system that classifies what a letter is, because in our password, since we're encoding, we'll need numbers only, and we want to make sure that they don't accidentally put in a letter and mess up their code. So what we're going to do is we're going to do a when green flag clicked. We're going to delete all of letters, and then we are going to add, make sure this is set to letters, A, and then you're going to put in every single letter, and I'll be right back when I'm done. Alright, I am back, and I hope you are too. As you see, what I've added is I've added every single letter in the alphabet, A through Z, and then every single common symbol that you get on a normal keyboard, which is, you know, all the common ones. So, you know, like you just kind of go through, put in every symbol. The symbols aren't necessary. You don't really have to add these letters at all. This is just because if you just want to have it to be like, well, it's on their fault if they, you know, put in letters even though it says not to. But either way, I do this just in case. At least the letters. What's basically going to do here is we are going to, as a precaution, duplicate this and change green flag to death save, just because you never know what could go wrong, so you want this to call at the exact same time. And we're going to tell you what's your password. Cheat this. Instead of this repeat 26 times, what we're going to do is instead put length of letters instead. Makes it a lot easier. And then keep all of this the same. And then what we're going to do is it's going to ask you to paste your code. We will get you a code, right? So all that good stuff. Well, we won't have a code actually. So what we need to do is actually, oh, I pasted these backwards. I'm very sorry. I pasted these backwards. This is the save. This is the save right here. So grab this one, put it in your backdrop, take this, grab this, put it in your load, because, okay, well, what we'll do, I'm sorry there. How foolish of me. This is the load stuff. This is the load data. This is the save data right here. A lot smaller. Saving's a lot easier. Loading's the problem. So, here's what we're going to do. When you have in this load data, again, take this 26 and just do length of letters. It's going to run this to check to make sure that your password doesn't contain any of the symbols here. Basic rundown of what that is. Then if that's true, it'll set your password to whatever answer you put in, meaning it's setting your password, meaning you can't change your password every single time you save. Then what it'll do is you'll have this little bit of code. You'll probably have, if you take it from the backpack, you'll probably have 4 of these just because of the tutorial. I used 4 as an example. Just get rid of all of them until you just have 1. So what we're going to do is we need to set up, how do I say this? So basically, take this out. And we are going to need to find out what night we are on. Because after you die, we're going to have you save, right? So if you die, we have a night number, right? Clearly, right here. So what we'll do is we'll take night number and we'll put it in there. And then that'll put that in one of number encoding. What I do as just a precautionary is add a delete all of number encoding so nothing messes up. Right above that. I'll zoom in a little bit, I'm sorry. There we go. So delete all the number encoding, put your night number in there because your first number of your code is going to be your night. Now what we need to do is decide what else needs to be saved. At the moment, nothing else is needed to be saved, so we'll keep this as it is. Okay? And then what we will have this do is we will have a delete all of final codes, and then we will add number encoding, like as in this little bubble that defines the entire list of the number encoding in here, and we will add this to final codes, and then we will show our list of final codes. Now what you can do now is take this final codes list and maybe put it at like the top of your screen and stretch it out just like that. And now we're going to create a new backdrop for our save screen. Save screen, and I'm just going to take this and make it say like save data. Bam, just like that. And then I will hide this just to see if it looks nice. Okay, I think I'm going to move this up a little bit more just so you'll be able to see the save data and like your list won't cover it. Perfect. So on top of that, death save, when you show it, will switch its backdrop to save screen. So just make sure it does that. All that good stuff. Make sure to save frequently so your progress doesn't get lost. And that's that. Okay? That's what it does. If you want to add another thing real quick, just so the player, in case you're afraid the player won't know what to do, right underneath here, you can add a triple click this code and save it somewhere safe. And then don't forget to put this in final codes. Perfect. Okay. Now we have a saving system that happens if the player dies. Now what we need to set up is, for one, what if the player wins? Well, we obviously need to have a system that lets you save after you win. I'm pretty sure we had our saving fit into our office. Yes, we did. Night finished. So, night finished, all this stuff. I think it's in here that we show what night finished does. Okay, right here, yeah. Night finished. Okay? So, if anything, we don't even need to. We can just have it broadcast death save. So, I had this in my head. I wasn't 100% sure if we were going to have multiple saves. We don't need one. Just have it death save. I know you didn't die. Trust me, I'm very aware. If you want to, for some reason, go and make the variable just save, you can go right ahead and do that. Not necessary, though. Death save. Broadcast all this same stuff. Ooh, yes, it will, actually. Never mind. I lied to you. So, under death save, what we're going to do is... Well, no. No, this works just fine. This works just fine. I lied. I'm sorry for the confusions. So, and that will be it. So, paste the code somewhere safe. And then if we want to add one more underneath that, we can do when done, click, oh, I can't spell click. Click the green flag. Fantastic. And now what that will do is it will set us up completely. Or if, no, we don't have to do that. If we want to do when done, right? Press, I don't know, G. G for green flag, right? Press G. I'm going to add an exclamation point. Okay, and then what we'll do is we will grab inside of controls, grab a wait until key. Oh, that's in sensing, excuse me. Wait until key G is pressed. And then what that will do is it will broadcast green flag. And then there we go. Just like that, you can hide your final codes list. That should be our saving done. Now let's make our loading. So inside of our loading, we have this big long bit of code. Don't let it confuse you. If you watch the video, you should have a pretty basic understanding. If you don't, just plug these things in. What we're going to start off by doing is grabbing a length of letters and putting it in there instead of the 26. We're going to come down here. It asks your password first, and then it'll ask your code. And then when the code is pasted, it'll decrypt the entirety of your code. Then it will. Then here we are here. Okay. So basically, here's what we need to set up. All right, here we go. Now what we're gonna do is since you only have one, we're going to grab a set variable here, and we're going to set night number. Go to operators, and grab yourself a abs of, and in this abs of we are going to do ceiling, because what basically this does is it rounds numbers. So ceiling means it will round up, and if you chose floor, it would round down. So if we have 1.4 and you round to the ceiling, it chooses 2. If we had floor, it'd choose 1. That's what it does. We're just rounding. Because sometimes the code gets a little bit wonky and it'll give you decimal, so you round just to make sure you get a whole number. So to that of, grab yourself a division and put it in there. Grab a, okay, we will need to do and item 1 of final codes divided by password. Okay, and that will be allowed to load your data. I'm going to do a quick run through this code, very, very basic, okay? Basically what happens is you put in your password, and it'll check if it has letters. If it doesn't have any letters or symbols, what it'll do is it'll ask you for your code. You'll input your code. It'll decrypt every single number of your code. And then what it'll do is it'll put each and every individual number code into a separate part of the list, and then you call to that list divided by your password, because inside of your save, what you do is multiply your number by a password. So in return, you need to divide it by a password to get your original number. That's a very basic explanation. If you want more in detail, go watch the video, link in the description, where I go through this process. All right, fantastic. Then what we can have it say is maybe welcome back. Yeah, we'll have it say welcome back. And then we will broadcast a thing called, I like to always call it, show new. That's what I always like to call it. And then we will have this hide. Now on our play button, instead of green flag, we will have show new. Our static can stay the same. And we'll just find every instance that shows up on the main menu, which in my case, I'm pretty sure is just this. All right, this guy. No, this guy doesn't matter. This guy can show up whenever he wants. So one more thing I want to do is come to our load button, and when this mouse is down, what it will do is it'll ask you, do you have an account? In parentheses, y/n for yes or no. Then what you'll do is grab an if else, if, grab an equals, yeah, or y. So if answer equals y, we will load data, right? Else, we will say, well, no. If else, we will just broadcast show new. That's what we'll do. We'll just broadcast show new right off the bat. Perfect. One more thing I want to do when the green flag is this, you want to hide, oh, yep, final codes, bam. Just like that. Let's take a look. Okay, we see an issue already. Our play button is showing. We have to figure out why it's doing that now, even though regardless of the fact that we clearly tell it not to. So, why is it loading? Let's figure it out. Guys, I'm stupid. I'm sorry. Don't forget, in your play button, when the green flag is received, you're going to hide because, you know, obviously, we've never actually set it to do that. There we go. So you have your load button, and it'll say, it'll ask if you have an account. If you say no. Oh, right. When I was testing, I took that out. I'm sorry. That's embarrassing. All right. Hit this. So if you say no, it just shows your play button, and you can go ahead and play like normal. Okay. What that just did right there. Make sure you grab this. Oh, grab this bit of code. Put that under your show now. Just so like hides and goes off to the corner, just like we did with our other stuff. Because otherwise you can still click it. You have an account? No. Click this. And then we get into our gameplay, night 1, all that stuff we've already practiced. Now, let's get into a game and lose. So do we have an account? No. Let's set up... Okay, well here. Let's just force a save. And the way we'll force a save is I will set my night to something. So let's set my night to, let's say, 3. Okay? My night is set to 3. And what we will do is we will broadcast death save. Yeah, let's broadcast. Let's just broadcast death right off the bat. Okay. We have this stuff showing, but that's just because it's playing out weirdly. And then bam, it has a save data screen. And it'll ask right here, what's your password? And now we create a password. Now whatever we want to do, let's just say my password is 48573. Bam. It generates this little code. Triple click the code just like it says. Copy. And then when you press G, it brings us back to that. I don't know why it didn't show. That's a bit weird. Why it didn't appear. Oh, because we added it to all numbers. Make sure you add that to final codes. There you go. And now you see, when we hit load, we say, yes, we have an account. It asks what our password is. Guys, I don't remember what I made my password. Guys, I don't remember what I made my password. Okay, hold on. I gotta force another one because I forgot what I made my password. Guys, I'm stupid. Guys, I'm dumb. I'm a little bit dipsy. I'm not the brightest not the brightest guy. Okay. Okay, game over screen. Save data. Password. Let's just do 5678 9. We'll do 56789. Gives us code. Okay, yeah, there it goes. Triple click. When done, press G. There we go. Load. Do we have an account? Yes. Password 56. Oh, that's not 5. 56789. It checks. And then it asks what's our code. We paste in that little code we got. We hit enter. It's loading it. Takes a little bit. Welcome back. We hit play. Don't worry about that thing. We'll fix that in a second. And night 3. It loaded our data correctly. Very, very nice. And to fix that weird thing where it asked again, duplicate this stuff. Or just duplicate the switch to costume 2 and just put it right at the bottom right there. That'll fix that. If you want to make it look more aesthetically pleasing so it doesn't look like the game just isn't doing anything, what you can do is right here. Set it to say checking password. Right? And then make sure right above the what's your code, you make sure it says blank. And then right here when you input your code, make sure it says decrypting. Or no, let's not do that. Let's do loading data. Loading data. Just like that. And then when it says welcome back, that should be all we need. So we hit load. Do you have an account? Yes. What's your password? 56789. Enter. Checks our password. What's your code? Paste the code. Now it says it's loading our data. So the player knows the game is actually doing something right now. And when it's done, it'll say... It will say, welcome back. Load our play button. Our night should be the number 3. And it says night 3. And then, you know, we get into night 3 and all that stuff. But that's besides the point. The fact is it worked. And there you go. You have your saving systems. Now, to set up your star system, right? Let's say... So first of all, let's just get in a picture of a star, right? So I'm going to draw a pretty garbage star. We're going to call it star 1, this new sprite, star 1, because you might have multiple stars. I don't know what you're doing. Okay? You do what you do you. I'm just going to make my star a yellow X. That's what I'm going to do. So make my star a little bit of a yellow X. Bam, there's my star. It's beautiful. What I'm going to do is I'm going to decide where I want it by moving the static for the moment and dragging it. Let's say I want the star to be right here. And that will be the star. Star 1 will be the star for beating all 5 knights, for example. Okay? So what we're going to do is when I receive green flag, we will hide. When I receive show new, we will grab an if greater than, put a 4 at this last bubble, and in the front, go knight. So if your knight is greater than 4, meaning 5 or higher, right? So that we do that just in case for some reason it loads weirdly, just above 4, meaning it has to be 5. If you want to go extra precautionary measure, you can put in an or and put 5 and make this an equals. Literally the same thing. Doesn't matter. I'm going to keep it just in case. And then what we're going to do is we are going to make it go to this position, wherever it happens to be. Make sure it's in the right one. So negative 117. Again, I'm checking that by looking at these two numbers. And y of 154. It will show. And just like that, there you go. Or else, you'll hide. Now what we're going to want to do is when I receive, you will do fade, or should we do night screen? No, we'll do night screen. That should actually make more sense. Night screen, wait, are 0.7 money shot seconds, and hide. There you go. So now you see, when we start up the game, and we load our data that we already had set up, 56789, checks the password, asks for our code. We load in the data, and as the data is loading, I will ask you how your day is doing, and I hope it is doing good, because we're almost done with this series, and it's going to be really, really good in the finale. I think I know why this is taking so long. Yeah, you see this wait 1 second in your load button? Get rid of that. That makes everything so much slower. I can't believe I didn't notice that. Do you have an account? Yes. 56789. Checking the password, which never takes that long. What's your code? Boom. Loading data. Welcome back. Way faster. Okay, then play. And you see how it didn't show up. The star did not show up because we only had 3, right? Now, for example, if we set our knight to 5 here and force a save, like we've done before. Oop, our fade button is showing. There we go. Asks, what's our password? This is showing because it's our night screen. It'll say save data. What's our password? We'll do 56789 again. There's our new code. Press G. Load. Do we have an account? Yes. What's our password? 56789. Checks the password. Do we have a new code? Yep. There it is. Loading our data. Welcome back. And look at that. Our star, because our knight is greater than 5. There you go. There is your saving system and your stars. If we go ahead and press play, we'll get the Knight 5 screen. Knight 5. And then Knight 5 will play out. Very, very nice. So thank you guys so much for watching this video. If you liked it, then like it. If you didn't like it anyways, because I'm hoping the series is helping you out. Hoping you're learning a few things. These guys are moving really quick. While you're at it, why not subscribe to my channel if you enjoy my content and help me out a lot. Thank you guys so much for watching. Join us in the description, and I'll see you in the next one. Peace. Yo, what's poppin', guys? Welcome back to another episode of... Oh my goodness, I just had like an aneurysm trying to say that. I also just had a voice crack, so that's super cool. How to make a FNAF game in Scratch. In the last one, we covered saving and your star system. Today, we're going to cover some really simple thing. Just calm down a little bit before we hit the big topic, being custom night.
Today we are working on just some little bits, just some little sounds, just some sounds like in the game. So let's get right into that. The first sound I'm going to add is, you know how in Five Nights at Freddy's you have that humming sound when you're in the office? We're going to add that inherently, right? So what we're going to do is I'm going to come to the office, because that's where I want the sound to be played from. And I'm going to copy this in Night Start, right? We're going to come into the Sounds tab. We're going to get rid of Pop. We're going to upload a sound. You can't see this right now. I have a file open right now. Or like the, what's it called? File manager. So I'm going to click on my... Alright, hold up. I had a sound. It's an OGG. Forgot Scratch can't do that. 1 second. I'll get one that's not OGG. Alright, I got a file that isn't an OGG. Well, I didn't mean to do that. I meant to do that. And here is our light hum sound. I'm just going to start it in the center of it. And here's what it sounds like. Oh, wait, I'll turn that up for you, actually. There. This is the light hum sound. Obviously, all the sounds that I'm using will be in the description below. You can go get them. So, yeah, okay. So we got our light hum. What do we do about this? So, Night Start. We will add ourselves. So now, we'll just off the bat add ourselves a forever. Come to our sound. Grab place sound, light hum until done. Or if you just have pop, if you have more sounds, just do light hum. So now, we will see. We might have to change it to make it like fit how we want to have it. Like the level of audio in our ears. So we get this thing, this little screen, and okay, and we have it playing right now, right? And it is going to stay playing until we get a jump scare, right? Let's emulate ourselves a jump scare real quick by doing this, and we'll see that when a jump scare happens, jump scare, right here. You get a jump scare, and it stops. It stops because when you get the death, you get the stop by the description sprite, which includes the Night Start. Now, if we were to start a game, and while we were in that game, if we were to finish it, we would also get rid of the sound. So let's take a check by doing finished. We do Night Finish, and we run this, and it ends the sound. Perfect. Exactly what we want. Shows our 6 a.m. screen, asks us to save, all that good stuff. So there you go. Like, honestly, sound is really easy to do. It's just finding sound that's both non-copyright and also sound that fits. I will go over how you should go about properly crediting music that is not yours, okay? That includes music and sounds. Believe it or not, yes, a sound can be copyright. Don't use sounds unless you know they're not copyright, all right? If you want a website specifically for finding sounds, I highly recommend freesound.org. It has all free sounds. You can all use these freely. They're no copyright. Anything you find on this website, you can use. I'll leave a link to it in the description so you guys can go check that out. I use it all the time. But okay, we got that in. Now I want another thing I want a sound for when we click this, right? This is what I want a sound for. So I already have a sound for us for like when we click the button to go through cameras. I have this camera beep button. If you recognize that noise, this is the same camera beep I use in Five Nights of Insanity. Yep, same exact sound. I just really like it. So what we're gonna do, I'm just gonna smack it in right, boom, right there. Fantastic. And then I think if I just put it in here, it should have the sound. Oh, no, it doesn't. Okay. So we're just going to have to add it individually into each individual file. Again, if you want this sound, just go into the description. It should be down there. If I remembered to do it, which I don't know why I wouldn't, but I'm going to go get these files into each camera button, and when I'm done with that, I'll be right back. Alright, I've done that. I've put in the camera beep sound at every single button, and now if we were to start up our game and load it in and use the camera buttons, we should get a notable beep sound for every time the button is pressed. So we come up in, beep sounds, all around, all that good stuff. Perfect. just what we wanted. I forget what other sounds I had. Ah, yes, the door. The door, of course. Of course. Of course. So, here's how I'm going to go about doing that. What I'm going to do is this night start. I'm going to take it and just duplicate it. And all this stuff, right? We're going to take out both of these. And then I'm going to import the door slam sound, which again you can find in the description. You might recognize that sound. It's the FNAF door sound. Perfect. Alright. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put it here. And I'm going to put it here. Just put it in both. Let's take a listen and see if it works right. See if everything works fine. It loads on up. Night 1. We close the door. Alright, it does not work. Now we're in a state where we need to, figure out why. So, let me figure that out. Alright, issue fixed. That was just a big dumb. Just put them under there. Just put them under there. And what you're going to find is, since this is so long, you're going to want to cut it off a little bit early. So, like, I could even do a little bit more than that, if anything. See? Now that sounds pretty bad, but in the heat of the moment, you probably won't even notice how cut off it is. So I wouldn't worry too much about it. Let's take a listen. And the reason you cut it so short is because the longer the sound is, the longer it'll take for you to be able to click the button again. So and this one shouldn't work, right? Yeah, I haven't put the sound in for that one. Let's quickly do that. Again, way we do that in case you didn't quite catch it is we come in. Oh my goodness. We come into, and I finished, there's 2 of those. Okay. We come into here, go into our sounds, and we import our door sound. We cut it down to what we need. A little bit more. That's good. Smack it under there, and smack it under there. That should be our door sounds. I wanted to make this episode pretty quick. Again, just something to quickly get done. You know how it goes. Alright. Perfect. Awesome. Well, there's some basic sounds. There are a bunch more things you can add, such as light sounds, which you do the exact same way as you did the door sound. Camera sounds, where you hit it and it makes like a little like noise. The reason I didn't do that one is I couldn't find one of those for the life of me. I mean, I could have just used the Five Nights At Freddy's one, but nah. You just do that, and it just literally the same thing here, and just put it right underneath. You know how it goes. You know, all that good stuff. There's obviously, you know, title screen music, which is seriously, it's this right here, and then make sure you have a stop while the script's in the sprite. Literally, that's all. A lot of stuff just like that. So, thank you guys so much for watching this quick little episode. If you liked it, then like it. If you didn't like it anyways, because next thing we're covering should be custom night. Unless I think of something else to put before it, because I want custom night to be the last thing. But I don't think I'm going to think of anything else. So, join us in the description. Thank you guys so much for watching. I'll see you in the next one. Peace. Yo, what's poppin', guys, and welcome to most likely the final episode of how to make a FNAF game in Scratch before we start our next tutorial series. So, we're gonna do that. So today we're covering the big baddie. We're covering custom night. That's what we're working on today. That's what we're gonna get done. Now you might think, oh God, it's gonna be so hard. It's not gonna be hard. If I'm being honest, I don't know why I said this one was gonna be hard. It's not. AI by itself was a lot hard. Making the office with its, making the buttons stay where they're supposed to be is honestly gonna be harder than this, because you already have the code. You just gotta add some more to it. So basically, what we're gonna do is I'm going to base. You can again. So you have to base it off when you want to get your when do you want to unlock it. So for this example, I'm going to do it after you unlock the 1 star, which we already figured out, right? And the way we're going to do that is we're going to use the exact same code we used to establish whether or not this shows up. Okay? So, what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab a play button. I'm just going to duplicate it. We're going to call this custom night button. Yeah, again, you can just kind of call it whatever you want. I'm just doing that for ease of use. So, basically, what needs to be done here is... Oh, okay. Okay, I know what the problem is there. Okay, cool. So, what I'm gonna... Oh, boy. I forgot that static was a thing. We're gonna figure out where we want it. I'm gonna say here, just for now. When I come in here, we're gonna do... custom. I was gonna write custom night, but that'd just be way too big of a button, and I'm just not having it today. I'm not into big buttons today. I'm into little buttons. You know what I mean? Okay. So here's a custom button. And since we have our things get bigger, we have them go to 110. Well, actually, no. So we have it at 80. Right, and then we have it go up to 90. So if you set size to 90, we'll see what it will be at when it's fully zoomed in. So let's say I want it like that. So it's not off the edge. Then you can set this back to 80 and attach these back on just like this. Yeah, right there. So, and now instead of this night screen here, what we're going to do is we're going to broadcast custom night screen, just like that. And now if we take a look, well, basically what we have to do first is grab your star, right? We're going to take this star code, we're going to put it, I was going to say we're going to put it in the custom night, but apparently it doesn't want me to. There. Okay. Put it in there. Make sure you reattach it. Right here. Instead of that. And then just like this. You're going to take out that top part of code and put the entirety of the normal thing in there. And then otherwise it's going to be hidden. So, boop. Then if you load it up, you say, no, you don't have an account. It doesn't show up. But if you were to have an account, it would show up along with the star. So, now I need to set up what happens when you go to the custom night screen. And what I'm going to do is take this color of the thing. We're going to make a new backdrop. I'm just going to go ahead and paint one of these squares. I'm also going to take this color, just, you know, so everything looks the same. I'm going to call this custom night. And again, you can make this look far more nice. But I'm just going to set it up like this. And now here's the fun part that everybody likes doing. Setting up the art for each, you know, character. I only have 3. So, I only have 3. You know how it goes. You know, you get it. You get it. So I'm going to make these boxes like 10 wide. And not fill them. So I can just have like, whoop. Hey, look at that. It's a square. Again, I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this. You should. Please do. Please actually take time. So the game actually doesn't look awful. This is a tutorial, so I'm allowed to have it look terrible. See, that's the trick. I'm allowed to make it look like garbage because I'm just teaching you how to do it. That's how it works around here. I think this one might be it. It doesn't matter. So you got your little boxes. I'm going to add in some text that tell you who's who. So you got, now I was about to put mushy. That's not their names. You got ugly. Mushy is the name of my character in, you know, my Five Nights at Freddy's fan game. The stupid one that I just made for fun. Got a rope man. Perfect. And you have bean chick. Perfect. You know, do this. And since I'm not like going to actually redraw them because it's just a tutorial, I'm just gonna go ahead and kind of take their face. Oh boy. So I'm just gonna kind of take his face Alright, fine. I guess I'll take his whole body then. And I'll just kind of smack him in here. He doesn't have any color. Well, this is awkward. Okay. What we're gonna do instead... Well, I'll be right back once I get their faces in there. Alright, I've created a masterpiece. Look at them. Aren't they all beautiful? No, the point is they're ugly. Anyways. So once you got them all set up like this, or if you want to make new art, I'd recommend doing new art. Don't do what I did. Please, actually make your game look good. Please spend time in your game. That's like the biggest pointer I can give you. By the way, I'm going to name this Custom Night screen. Please, spend time in your games for the love of everything, please. Okay, here we go. Here's a Custom Night screen. I come to our Custom Night button, and once, oh, we already did that. Okay, well, okay. And we're going to come to backdrops then. We're going to go ahead and do this. And find Custom Night screen. And have it go to Custom Night. When it goes to that, it broadcasts Custom Night. I'm going to just do that for the time being. Oh, hey, look at that ugly standing right there in front of my face. So with the play button, we're obviously going to want to make it so that when the Custom Night screen is broadcasted, it hides. So let me just take off the stipulation for a bit, just so we can test Custom Night. So here, no. Okay, that's an issue. It spawned right on top of it. Why is this fade here? Why is this fade here? Okay, well, hold up. They're making this more complicated than it needs to be. I'm just a bro. Broing out. Just put Custom Night. We're gonna want it at, where is it? -133 and -130 again. Checking that by looking at these two coordinates. Oh, I'll zoom in so you can see. How about that? How does that sound? How about I zoom in so you guys can see what I'm doing? See it load. No. Custom Night. Hover over it. Boom. Alright, we have to make ugly hide too. Makes sense. Makes sense. Custom Night screen hide. Boom. No. That. Custom Night. Boom. Custom Night. Now, you could get super creative with how you decide which number they're going to be on. I'm not, because tutorial man stuff. I'm going to make a button that's just going to be called... So, hold on. Let me just design this little art. It's just going to be a little tiny little button. Bam, look at him. He's so beautiful. He is such a proud little button. You know that? He's very proud. Not of you or of me. Of himself. He's proud of himself. It's because they change on it. There, look at that. Look at that beautiful little button. Put him under there. Change button. Cool. Then what this is going to do is when I receive... We need to find a green flag thing that we made. Yeah, green flag. Okay, well, that's fade. Green flag. It'll hide. And when you receive Custom Night screen, I'm going to go to there and show. I'm going to actually name it Ugly Change button because it's specific to ugly. When the sprite is clicked, or actually no, we won't be able to do that. We can do forever if grab yourself an and, because again there's a static overlay. So we need to do this. Touching mouse pointer and mouse down. It'll ask what no, we'll do difficulty 1 through, normal people would do 20 because that's what it normally is. I'm gonna do 3 for ease of use. You can make that literally however big you want. Again, the higher the number you make it, the longer this is gonna take for you. You can make it 3. You can make it 5. You can make it 20. You can make it 60. You can make it 80. You can make it 2,000. Have fun making 2,000. That's gonna be real boring on your end, but I'm just going to do 3. Again, you can do all the other stuff. So what we will do then is we will check. We'll do an if else. And then put an or in there. Put a greater than here. And we'll put a sensing and grab answer. If answer is greater than 3, right, or whatever your highest number has to be. For example, if you're doing 1 to 20, like a lot of the normal games do, you put a 20 here. Because if we're checking to see if you can even set him to that difficulty. So if he's above the highest, or he's below the lowest. So, well, actually, yeah, you can set it to 0 too, I assume. So there, I'll do that. If he's below 0, then nothing will happen. Otherwise, you'll set... Right, I actually need to set up an ugly difficulty. Make yourself an ugly difficulty variable, or whatever the name of your character is. Oh my goodness, I just like scrolled way far down. Ugly location, not ugly location, ugly difficulty to answer. So, click on this. Okay, well, it's not running right now, but you get what it do. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put ugly's difficulty. I'm gonna put it right there, just like that. So what else I want to do then is we'd make on the green flag, we'd make sure to hide the ugly difficulty. And then custom night screen, we'd show the ugly difficulty. Just like that. So now when we started the game, hit no, custom night, there we go. Difficulty, oh boy. Oh wait, I forgot. So I just clicked the play button because the play button is still there. So, custom night screen. I'll have it do that thing too, just so it goes away. Just so it gets really far away from where we'd ever click. So, no, I don't have an account. Custom night, boom. You hit change it to 3. If you hit 6, nothing happens. If you hit -1, nothing happens. If you hit 1, or if you hit 2, changes it to 3 to 3, 1 to 1, 0 to 0. Simple, very basic. Now, I'm not going to do this for the other characters because it is the exact same thing as I'm going to do for this one. So, putting that out there as a warning right now, okay? What I'm doing to ugly right here, the code that I'm going to put for ugly is identical to what you do for your other characters, right? You just have to do it more than once. I'm only going to do it with this character because I only need to do it with one for the tutorial purpose. You get it, right? I hope you understand that. So, what do? You come down to your ugly AI, or whatever your AI was. Remember all this stuff? Remember how fun this was? Remember how much you loved this? Well, I'm going to run it into the ground now. So, night 7 is what we will call this, okay? We will call this a theoretical night 7. So we're going to add this, and then for 7, we're going to set ugly's location to 1. And then what we're going to do is we're going to grab an if. If, and this is going to check if ugly's difficulty is 0, meaning if you're not playing him today, or if he's not going to come out. If his thing equals 0, nothing. If it's anything else but 0, then it'll broadcast his setup and he'll start doing his thing. In his setup, you're going to want to set to night 7. Now here's where the real fun starts. I'm kidding, this part's actually kind of tedious. So what we're going to do is take the ugly difficulty, just like this. We're going to set it to, so since it'll never actually run this if it's 0, you don't have to worry about that. So if his difficulty is 1, meaning the easiest mode possible, what we'll do is maybe we'll do it 20 to 30 seconds because it's a very easy night, right? If his difficulty is 2, maybe he's 10 to 20 seconds. It's getting a little bit more difficult. If his difficulty is 3, maybe he's 3 to 8 seconds. Very hard, very hard. And again, you do that for however many difficulties you have. I only have 3, so I only set up 3. Again, you can make that as many as you want. You just have to keep duplicating this and changing up the numbers and make them progressively more difficult, right? Awesome. This never changes. Don't worry about this one. This is the next one you got to worry about. So, if night 7, this is when he's at the door, right? At the door. I'm going to take this again, just this thing, Put it in there. So, if the difficulty is 1, well, maybe do you have 5 to 12 seconds to figure it out. If difficulty is 2, maybe you have 5 to 8, right? And if difficulty is 3, maybe you have 3 to 5. Look at that. Now you've literally set up your custom night. There you go. Crazy. One more thing we have to do is I'm going to take this change button. Custom. Oh my goodness. Custom night start button. What I'm going to do is I'm going to come in here. I'm going to write start. Perfect. Alright, put that there. So all this stuff doesn't need to stay the same. Okay. So let's get to the customize screen. And this is where we're going to set up where we want. Forgot static was a thing. I'll put the start button up here so they can choose when they want to start. Hey, my cat's downstairs. I don't know if you heard her make some noise there. But customize screen will have you. Oh no, this is a different cat. Hold up, there's a cat that's not mine. It just walked right into my house. Can you hear him? A cat that is not mine just walked into my house. Hold up, I'm gonna go figure this out real quick. Alright, that was weird. Cat just walked into my house. Anyways, what was I doing? Right, setting up the start button. When this sprite clicked, what you'll do is you'll set night to 7. And then we will do the fade. Wait, is there a special fade? I don't think so, no. Yeah, no. Well. No, I'm an idiot right here. Do we have one for night 7? We do. And that starts. The only thing you're going to want to change now is, since the way we figure out whether or not you get the stars based on your night number, what we're going to want to do is come to our office where we have our night finished. And what we will do is we'll grab an if else. If. And then we'll grab a less than. Oh, I'll zoom in a bit. Right here. Grab night number. If night number is less than 5, we'll change it by 1. If night number is 5, we will do nothing. Well, no, we'll just set this to 5 again, because you don't want the number to ever go over 5. And then if night equals 7, we will set night back to 5. The reason we're doing this, right, is so that it's always 5, meaning your star will show up, okay? Just trust me on this. Just like that. Now if we take a look at what we have. No. Custom. Okay, the start button is right on top of it. Of course it is. Of course it is. Why wouldn't it be? That's cool. That's really cool. I love that. Start button. You go there. Setting up your things. 184. Again, checking just by looking over here. Y154. Okay. Try this one more time. Green flag. Load. No. Custom night. Okay, there it is. Change. Let's set this difficulty to 3. And hit. Okay, well, I just realized when I click start, I'm gonna have to hide the variable of its difficulty. And this change, when you receive fade, wait 0.7 seconds so it can do so fade can do its animation. And then hide set size to 1. Right here, I want to do that. Put a set size to 100 right there. Set size to 1. Then I'll have you go to like 111. No, that's way too small. Have you go to like 444, 444. Just so you're out of the way. Okay. Load. No. Custom. Change is already set to 3. and hit start. That's, oh my goodness. Start button doesn't hide. You should probably be doing that. Set your size to 1. Make sure it sets its own self to 100 when it starts. Go to 1111, 1111. Alright, one more time, boys. This is the last time. No. Custom. He's at 3. Start. Night 7. Okay. We'll watch him. Here he is. He's beautiful. Isn't he? Oh my goodness, he's already right there. Whoa, he booked it, boys. Boys, he booked it. Oh, he booked it, boys. Yeah. Yeah. Well, there you go. I forgot we just had him, like, bust through cameras at the speed of light. I forgot we had him do that. So, that's the end of this tutorial series. Thank you guys so much for sticking around. While you're at it, if you liked it, then like it. If you didn't like it anyways, because new tutorial series coming soon. While you're at it, why not subscribe to my channel if you enjoy my content and help me out a lot. We're growing really, really fast, and that's super nice to see. Join Discord, link in the description. Thank you guys so much for watching the series, and I'll see you in the next one. Peace.